Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. What's up everybody? I'm Brayathorn. So happy to have you here with me. How the heck are we doing? Hello. What's going on, everybody? Igor, thank you for coming to gifted subs. Like you didn't even say first. You could have totally said first. Instead, you gifted 2 subs and added 2 members to the community. That's 2 more members for the swarm. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate you as always. Kyle Brown 321, welcome. How's it going? Wreck-It Ralph FN, how's it going? How you doing? Kyle Brown, I already said hi to Kyle Brown. I'm just going in order here. Mr. Heavy Hitters, how are you? Crash, welcome in. Kenny, what's going on? Steve, how are you? Sailor X, glad to have you here. Thank you for coming in to show some support. I appreciate that. Have y'all seen the Avatar-themed SkyTech PC that looks like a coral reef? That for some reason did not make its way into my feed. I need to look that up. Let's see. And Mr. Heavy Hitters being in both streams, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Alice Duck, welcome. But here we are on the Raggedy Edge. You got it, Igor. I'll try. Look, I was gonna try to keep the rants to a minimum, but just for you, I'll make sure I get at least one good one in there. Okay, that's just for you, buddy. All right. Barutu, welcome. How are you? Shiny. Okay. So for those of you who are not already on the list to get help, please check the description if you're in the YouTube chat and fill out your form to get some help. And that's not what I meant to do. If you are in Twitch chat, click that link right there. Fill out your form. Do the thing. I don't know what I'm doing with my hand. I don't know what to do with my hands. But you know what to do with your information on what you're looking for in a PC, what your budget is, what your use case is going to be, how you're going to use it, all that. You know what to do with that info. It goes in the form, and then it goes into my brain, and then out pops computer matchmaking. That's what we do. Now, if you're already on the list, you don't need to do that again. If you filled out your form is still with me. I still got it on the list. I'm looking at the list right now, checking it twice. And what you need to do, if you're already in there, you need to take a look at this name right here. See this name right here? See that? Well, hold on. Or it's all backwards for me. There we go. This name right here. That's me. Not the word full, the full nerd. That's a podcast. It's a great podcast. Every Tuesday. You should check it out on PC World. Anyway, type in that name. You can put an @ before it if you want to. It'll help you type out the name. And then type I'm on the list so that I know that you're on the list. All seems logical, does it not? I think that's good. Jasmine Devine, welcome. How are you? Tiger Lily, how's it going? Dean T, how are you? Hey, crew, it's simple. Hit that like button, nerd, says Dean. Look, I didn't say it. That wasn't me. But I'm Brayathorn, and I approve that message. What's up, Dub? How's it going? Vindictive Villain is on the list. I was calling out for you last time. But the thing is, I understand that at some point something comes up. Maybe you got to go. Totally understand. So I'll go ahead and highlight you this time. The way it works, whoever is on the list earliest gets the help first, and we go through it that way. A Micro Center build. I see. All right. I'm going to ask you guys a question real quick, okay? And look, this is not necessarily happening. I'm just gauging interest right now. So I will make you a deal. I propose potential content, and in return, you provide me with your level of enthusiasm for said content. I'm not famous, but I may at one point have infamously publicly disagreed with Tech Jesus on the internet. Oh no. Oh yes, that did indeed happen. But to be fair, he disagreed with me first. Back in the day when I posted my first content from, it wasn't the first content, when I posted my first, like, what I saw as like a big interview. That was with Rob Teller of Height, the lead architect of Height. And the one and only Steve Burke actually commented on the video because he knows Rob, so it caught his attention. And he complimented my interviewing skills. What? Dad, you can't just play with my heart like that. Yeah. I fanboyed out for a while. Then I got to the second part of the comment, which was a correction. Correction where he then proceeded to sort of disagree with my disagreement. Okay, I disagreed first, and it was in the video. I disagreed with the way that they do their pre-built reviews, essentially. And you guys know that. You guys know how I feel about pre-built reviews. Secret shopping. All that stuff. As it stands, as most of them go, it's not super useful in terms of, oh, I can recommend this company because it's a single experience with far too many variables. And particularly with how Gamers Nexus does it, there's not really an SOP other than whatever we feel like buying. And then they take an $800 PC and test it against a $4,000 PC, and they say, look at how much higher on the chart this $4,000 PC is. Like, you can say as many disclaimers as you want, but that chart is still going to end up on Reddit, where many, many people will see it with no context. So, I was corrected in that comment, and I don't care. I was delighted at the whole thing. But I then made a video explaining my position thoroughly, stating my points and the data that I had available to me. And that was the end of it. This was no Kendrick and Drake beef. It was nothing like that. In that there was no absolute clear winner. There was no beef. There was no beef. I'm fairly certain Steve saw the video, and I'm actually believing that Steve watched through the whole thing, because the comments that I made in that video that would have had to do with their review were near the end of the interview. I can't take full credit for that. Rob is just that interesting. But let me ask you this. Dear viewers, what if Steve and I talked it out in an interview? Would you watch that? I'd watch that. To me, the best conversations happen when, say someone disagrees with the other. They have respect for that person, yet they disagree. That's my position with Steve. Love so much of the tech journalism they do over there, but I disagree with the way they run their pre-built reviews. I think that's, and if I approach things respectfully and in a professional manner, or relaxed anyway. I mean, I like to have them be kind of chill, I think that would be a great conversation. Samantha, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hello to you as well. Thank you. Barutu says, bigger bar better. Very true. Happy to be back. Hopefully no pet disruption this time. Fair enough. Back again, enjoying your stream. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate that. And y'all must arm wrestle. No. Look, I discovered something during the latest hardware news update. Hardware news recap. Steve, like me, is a D&D nerd, it would basically be like watching toddlers in a math meet. Like, I don't know that we're equipped. Oh, he's more athletic than I am. He does go like mountain biking and stuff. So I'm also gonna veto that because I do think I would lose. And plus, have you never read The Fable of Samson with the hair? We are opposites in this way. And if that rings true in any fashion, he would destroy me. Maybe I can convince him to go the way of the aerodynamic like I did. Ace Tone says no deal. Too bad. And you just don't get any input then. Time to Mortal Kombat. It's not like that. It's us engaging in discourse in order to further the field of tech journalism, which I can barely call myself a tech journalist. I'm really not trying to claim that title. I just want to make that clear, because if I put those two words together and I don't do my job, Ian's going to come after me. Dr. Ian Cuttress. He knows that I don't really pursue that title, so he's cool with what I do. Not that he's not policing tech content or anything. It was quite funny to see the tables turned when the whole GN versus LTT thing was happening, and Dr. Ian Cuttress was like, oh, you want to talk about tech journalism? Well, let's go ahead and analyze your video then. Hey. What's up, Gesso Goblin? Floaty Corn, how are y'all doing? Hey, Bray, how's your day going? It's going okay. That's okay. More hair equals more muscles. That is a proven fact. Yeah, and that's not something I'm trying to prove. I'm trying to prove that there are. Here basically is my point, and it's one that I think is not really addressed in the pre-built reviews from Gamers Nexus. Listen up. Regardless of what we do or say as tech YouTubers, the majority of PC hardware sales will be in pre-builts. People will buy pre-builts, and more of them are buying pre-builts than going DIY. It's been this way. It's going to stay this way unless something crazy changes, I guess. So there needs to be more helpful content rather than critical content. The critical content is, well, it's critical. It's important. You guys see me do it all the time. And look what happened. Did you see the last video? I gave constructive criticism to a system integrator, and they changed a lot of stuff, and they're in the process of changing more. Kudos to Exotic PC on that. So I do my share of negative or critical content. I would rather say critical rather than negative, but it is constructive criticism, and there's times where I just kind of give up and it's time to rant. But with this channel, we have made some very positive changes in the industry, and I want to continue to do more. But my message can only get so far. So the more tech YouTubers I can selfishly sway towards my own personal agenda of helping the pre-built buyer. Ooh, so selfish. The more I can get to go that route, the better. Content is not like food. You don't watch a video and say, I'm full. I couldn't watch another video. No, the more content, the better. And I do know that Steve did tour Starforge Systems, and that should be a really interesting video. They don't just make negative content. It's about the fact that reviewing one PC cannot really give you enough data to say with any authority, I can recommend this company. And if you want proof of that, just look at what happened between one SkyTech review and another. I do take slight issue with the second SkyTech review, because if you look at it, the first response that they got when they reported any issue with the PC was like, hey, we're going to fix that for you. And he was like, nah, I don't know about all that. It's like, no customer would be like, I don't want you to fix my PC. So it would have turned into a good story had the full customer experience been pursued there. But regardless, once SkyTech came out with their statement, Steve was like, "This is great. This is what we want to see. That's awesome." So credit where credit is due, which is what he was saying basically. But that just shows you can review two PCs and get two completely different experiences. Where the real data lies is with you guys. Unless Gamers Nexus or Linus Tech Tips are willing to buy 50, 60, or 100 PCs per company, it's really hard to get a baseline there and get any good sample size. And yes, I watched the video on sample sizes for CPUs. That's not the same as reviewing an entire PC, which is an amalgamation of multiple different parts, any of which can fail. And that's not on the, that's not the fault of the system integrator if a single part fails. What they do about it is on them, yes, but one failing part, whatever. It is too many variables to say, sample size of 1, we're good to go with science. I do prefer the way that LTT does Secret Shopper because they set a budget and they cover every aspect of the experience. The only thing they can't cover is long-term customer support, long-term technical support, none of that stuff. They can't cover that. But you guys, with your testimonials in the SI Testimonials group of channels in the Discord, y'all are doing the work. You're doing amazing work there. Just whatever PC you get, share your experience. And the more detailed, the better. I'm not saying go place your order and immediately put a post in there. That's not a testimonial. You haven't gotten your PC yet. It doesn't mean go into SI Testimonials and ask other people a bunch of questions. That's where the Tech Discussion Forum is for, or channel is for, or the Tech Questions Forum could be for. It's just a place for people to put detailed first-party reporting on their experiences to help other community members. That's what it's for. It also informs my recommendations. There's a couple companies I have pulled back on recommending because there have been a string of issues that haven't really been resolved. What's up, G-Code? Welcome. Chris says, I like Braithorn. He's being objective. I do okay. Yeah, Chris, I'm happy to see Exotic PC do that stuff. They do have some very unique things that they do, so they would be a welcome addition to Operation Code Braithorn if they fulfill all of the commitments that they've made. If. That's a big if they actually follow through on all the things they've said. But that does take time, and I admit that. I understand that. Jeff Strange, welcome. How's it going? Nate, how you doing? Welcome. Moscone Oni, PB is the way to go. Quality controls and competitive pricing has gotten better. Pre-built, yes. I'd like to know, honestly, I don't think I've ever heard him talk about it. I'd like to know what Steve started with, whether it was a pre-built. That's what Jay started with. That's what Paul started with. Admittedly, it was a long time ago, so that's when every family might have one computer, but whatever. It was the same with us. Smelly fella, it's not a bald spot, it's a solar panel. Right, yeah. It's no, it's aerodynamics. That's right. Rurutu M says Tech Potato Guy. Yes, Tech Potato Guy is Dr. Ian Cutress. Dr. Ian Cutress is might disagree with me, but Dr. Ian Cutress is a lovely person and wonderful to chat with and excellent for an interview. The interview in episode 100, it comes at the end of the video, and it is excellent. Jeff DeVos, I just got back from Micro Center. I'm trying to DIY a SkyTech PC. Where does the thermal paste go? Under the M.2, right? Incorrect. Have you heard of Melba Toast? It goes on the Melba Toast, after which you consume it. Do not eat thermal paste. Thank you. Hey, Brady, did you ever review ViperTech? I heard they are a boffing mess of an SI. That would be interesting. I do need to see those whenever that comes up. If you guys see anything like that, please send the name my way and I can take a look at it. So far, the only person who has called out and said, "Hey, I'm on the list," was Vindictive Villain. So unless I'm only helping out one person tonight, y'all got to call out if you have filled out the form or if your form has already been submitted. Apparently, I did this one. Interesting. I guess I did not mark it down. ViperTech is a cheap Chinese seller that use refurbished, very old gen CPUs in most of their PCs. Be very cautious. Can I just use Nutella? Not with Melba toast. Are you crazy? I'm not liking this case already. Oh, the classic copyright 2022 ViperTech. Very interesting. There might be something missing with this PC here. Like that literally looks photoshopped on there. But they might be missing a little something with this PC. Not sure what it is. Do not ask me what it is. I don't know. i7 860. Who's able to read this? Who chose this background and font color? Like that's more infuriating than the Radeon R7 250 and the Intel i7 860. Oh my, what? Hold on. What year is it? Okay. Literally asking. It's 2024. I wasn't sure. i5 4570 RX 560, and we have to highlight the price, $475. 750 Ti. Now we're talking. Third gen i5. Ryzen 5 1600 RX 580, and it is $535. i7 2600 and a 1660 Super. There's literally nothing above that, apparently. Well, no, there is, but I mean, like 1660 Super in this range here, apparently. RX 570, RX 580, 2060 Super, Ryzen 5 2600. Oh, we're getting up to 10th gen, everybody. Calm down. Calm down. It's happening. This is $800. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know if you guys could beat this. 10400F and a 3050 for $800. I don't know about that. 5600G and a 3060. We're in 5000 series. We're only one generation behind here. A generation that is a year and a half old, by the way. The current one. But RTX 3060 for $825. $25 more. 5600X and a 4060 costs you $1,000. 32 gigs DDR4 though, but good lord, what is that? What is that power supply? Do you guys know? Okay, these check marks for meets minimum specs and recommended specs. Have you ever looked at those? They are ridiculously low in most cases. And were there any FPS numbers? There were no. There are 0 FPS numbers, but they still took the time to make these graphics where they would have the potential FPS someday, perhaps. Maybe Tuesday could be their good news day. Oh, but today's Thursday. Wait, so this is the high end. All right, guys, strap yourselves in because we're talking about high-end hardware here with the Intel i5-10400F and our RTX 3050 for $800. This is like the same spec as, okay, whatever. 5600G 3060. This is the high end? Oh, okay. It's because of this one computer. They couldn't just have one computer there. It's a Ryzen 7 last gen and a 4070. Now, to be clear, if you were rocking this system, you'd probably be pretty happy. And for 1324, all right, it's got a 4070 in it. But like, what case is this? What power supply is that? ViperTech. Okay, red flag right there. That's this name right here. That's what that is. A 120 millimeter RGB liquid cooler. 2 terabyte NVMe SSD. That's all you get to know about it. If we click on it, what happens? There it is. That is an NVMe SSD, guys. But as funny point of fact here, this is actually an M.2, but this is actually SATA interface. You see how this looks right here? I gotta have one right here. Here we go. Now, if you just glance at this thing, you might miss this. All right? But you gotta wake up pretty early in the morning to fool old man Breathorn. And that mostly works because I'm not a morning person. That is the interface you're looking for. You see the difference there? Here, we'll go back to this. You see that? That is going to be your PCIe NVMe drive, M.2 drive. Okay? That's the interface you want. You don't want SATA, which is limited to SATA 3 speeds. And also some of the limitations that come with SATA 3 when it comes to, you know, simultaneous traffic, simultaneous read-write stuff, things like that. All right, ViperTech. I'm getting real light gaming PCs vibes from you. Not real happy with that. .27 out of 5 stars on Better Business Bureau. Good lord. What are the problems with ViperTech? All the things I just said, Crash. Intel 2400, that's straight recycle now territory. I mean, it could still go into like a POS system or something. i7-860 is like 2010. These are e-waste specs. Looks like they robbed a recycling center. I mean, the thing is, for the same price, you can get more modern tech. You can get more modern platform, more modern everything. Rurutu got it. It is SATA. That's like 500 megabyte per second sequential read speed generally. In a best case scenario. Now, fun fact, I laid into Digital Storm for calling their performance SSDs, for using SATA M.2 drives and calling them their performance, Digital Storm performance SSDs, and they were the default SSD you would get, and they were SATA. In 2021, I called them out for that, and then they changed it. I don't know if it was because of me. I don't think it was. They didn't know who I was yet. This is 2022 that I called them out for that. It is now 2024. Look, if you're trying to run if you're trying to build like an open source router for your home or something like that, sure. Get yourself a $20 SATA SSD, M.2 SATA SSD. Otherwise, moving on. Deathly Nightshade, those are actually horrid. Yes, those are the PCs that when self-righteous people in comments on my videos are like, whoa, that's why I build all my own PCs. Those are the ones they're thinking about. But they don't understand that this is the exception to the rule, not the rule itself. Most SIs would never at this point. Especially with us watching them, right, Swarm? One notch, not two, says Chris. Indeed. What's up, Jason 007? How are you? ViperTech just have some current gen CPU and GPU builds. Even their top of the line system is a 5700X. At least on that list. On their own site. Where they are able to change things whenever they want. Maybe they have them under Amazon or Newegg or whatever. Was trying build Redux custom part picker. They complained that an air cooler was not powerful enough for Ryzen 7 800X3D. Is that true? I would go with a liquid cooler for that, just in general. Now, here's the thing. The 7800X3D is physically limited, thermally limited, because of the 3D V-cache. And it draws less power. It's quite an efficient gaming CPU, and it also is the top of the line of the market. However, the better you cool it, the more frequency it can get, and the better it will perform, and the better the longevity. There's another aspect to it where I personally prefer, when I'm going to ship a system, I prefer an AIO. It's just safer to ship. You're not putting all the weight of that thing, all the weight of the cooling for the CPU, just on the socket and the back plate, just hanging off the motherboard. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the whole job of a system integrator is to know what's best and provide you with what's best. If they suggest something, I'm not going to overstep that unless I think it's objectively wrong. The Intel i5 2400 isn't even SATA 3. Oh my God, yeah, you're right. Your 2.5-inch SATA SSD is going to be limited. But they're using these. Not this, because this is a good one. But they're using M.2 SATA. I paid $1,300 for my power for 12700F and 3070 last year. There you go, with an actual with a PCIe M.2 drive. Yeah, so Vindictive Villain, you mentioned that you wanted to go with Micro Center in yours. There are many people out there who wish they lived close enough to one to get one from there. And here's the main reason that I'll recommend that at times over an SI, because there's an option under the Micro Center thing where you can say, yes, I live near a Micro Center, but I don't want to get my PC from there. Yeah, fine, no problem. The reason is, it doesn't matter how good the company is that sells you a PC. It is a computer. Computers can have issues. And if you get the warranty from Micro Center, you don't have to submit your PC to the rigors of the shipping industry. You just plop it into your car, buckle it up, and drive it over there and say, hey, I paid you guys to build this, and I also paid you to fix it. Time for step number 2. Now, I'm going to ask you, Vindictive Villain, what is your reason for avoiding an all-in-one liquid cooler? To be clear, every SI will use a liquid cooler, depending on the budget of the system and the specs and stuff. And you got to understand, if there was a consistent problem with those, they wouldn't be using them. Because RMAs can be an absolute money pit if you make a bad decision on a certain part. Yeah, I lived near one, but they charge $250 to build a system with an AIO. That's true. If you heard me talk about that, that's one of my major complaints with them. You have to understand, though, that they build it same day. I wish they had a longer term option for building a PC for you where they would charge less freaking money. And I don't know why installing a few extra screws to put on an AIO costs an extra $100. I think that's really stupid. I bought a nice air cooler for my 7900X 3D, but after watching my temps and where my PC is, I ordered me a 360 AIO. There you go. Vindictive Villain, consider this. Most PC companies, when it's time to do an RMA, will be like, all right, you're still under warranty. We're going to go ahead and fix it for you. We're going to provide the parts for you because you have parts and labor both covered. By the way, you have to cover shipping there and back. What? Yeah, it's like it'll just be about $150 to ship it to us. Some of them will pay for the shipping back to you. But still, you've already exceeded that extra $100 for getting an AIO. Because they charge you a $150 build fee without an AIO. And I think that's actually kind of covered under their bundle deals, things like that. If you end up getting a bundle, then you save a couple $100, and that kind of covers the extra build fee. But the thing is, you know that I'm all about system integrators. I just recommend that because when it comes down to it, I want you guys to have the best ownership experience possible. And for some people, that means buying at Micro Center if they're near one. That's all that means. Well, there you go. That has answered your issue with the extra fee for the build fee with the AIO. Now, if you don't want to go with an AIO, you can get a big old beefy cooler, and you're not going to have to ship the thing, so it should be fine. Just understand, if you jostle the heck out of that thing when taking it home, you might need to reseat that cooler. If you get a really big, chunky dual tower cooler. So nobody else needs help tonight. It's just Vindictive Villain. Nobody else has filled out the form. Well, one person has filled out the form, but they haven't said that they're here. Like, you got to say you're here and let me know that you're here. There are people who will fill out the form from a previous older stream that might not be watching the live stream. So you need to type out my name correctly so it highlights it in the chat. And then you need to say, I'm on the list if you're waiting for help. So far, we only have one person, and we're about to get into that. That's why if I do a pre-build, I always get the 3-year warranty for parts and shipping. Well, most of them don't offer the shipping warranty. Parts and labor is what you get. I need help. I have filled the form. Okay, I did just give the instructions on how to get my attention there, and it's a lucky thing that I happened to be watching chat at the time. I said to type my name, spell it correctly, and type I'm on the list. But okay. I now know that I could have saved the time that it took me to say that. Real simple. Real simple. It's free help. That's all I'm asking. Okay. All right. You could... okay, sure. If you fill out the form, we can safely assume that you would like some help. I'm just saying, you know what? It's fine. You highlighted my name. That's good. That's a good step forward. Okay, so Nick also said, Braithorn, I'm on the list. Okay, Nick, issue here. I don't see anyone on the list with the name Nick here. I see a Nick-UM6VY. That's the closest one I see. What's up, Mike? How's it going? I'm not familiar with AIOs. Do you need to change fluid after some time? Generally, no. They'll usually go 5-6 years without permeation being an issue. So no, it's not. You're thinking about a custom loop for a custom liquid cooled PC. Yeah, that's me, Nick. It can't be you. This name is different from yours. That can't be you. Look, hold on, because I'm sure you read the question, right? Like it says. What is your Twitch/YouTube handle username? For the purpose of verification, this should match what shows up as your name in chat. See, I put that in bold. I'd underlined this part. Entering anything other than your username invalidates your form submission. Now, you might be wondering, why is he belaboring? Obviously, it's me. My name is Nick, and the thing I actually put in was Nick and a bunch of numbers and letters. Well, you might have missed this part if you rushed through it. If you ignore the instructions in any of the questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. You see, it's not entirely free help. This is the price I exact upon you. I get to be a complete rules lawyer for my own form. But yeah, I get that. I get it. It's you. Next time, please pay attention to the questions and type in. See, I even put a helpful picture for you. You see, whatever your name shows up as, that's your handle. But it's okay. I get it. It's you. All right. I had my fun. But guys, whenever you're getting some free help, please pay attention to the instructions. This is I've been putting up with stuff like that for so long at this point. This is the bit of joy that I get out of it, is by being completely bureaucratic with the whole thing. Like, did you initial? Did you initial on every page? Anyway. All right. Okay, so nobody else? Nobody else. So we have Vindictive Villain, Aaron Alvarado, and Nick-UM6VY. I'm guessing, Nick, that's your Twitch handle, but you're not in Twitch chat, you're in YouTube chat, so it doesn't match. That happens a lot. Don't you worry. No problem, Vindictive Villain. So let's go ahead and get into it. I think, honestly, the roasting thing, it's like a rite of passage. And I feel like there's some people who regret that they filled out their form perfectly because they're like, man, I didn't get roasted. Oh, well. Maybe I'll buy another PC. Okay, so we're looking at the Chicago, Illinois Micro Center for this build. Budget is $2,000. Looking for 4K gaming and coding/game design. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, Vindictive Villain. What kind of monitor are you planning on using for your PC? Is it a TV? Or is it an actual 4K computer monitor, gaming monitor? Toaster, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Yeah, Crash, there's no maintenance for an all-in-one liquid cooler. What's up, Silent Furies? How's it going? But I was saying that the roasting thing is kind of a rite of passage thing. And I feel like it's a vibe check because we like to, we mess around here. That's what we do. And y'all control me. I can roast you. It's a great dynamic. And if anyone gets uppity about it, maybe the vibe isn't your vibe, you know? Got a Dell 4K. Do you know what the refresh rate is on that monitor? Is it like a gaming monitor with a high refresh rate? I don't need to know the model number, just if you know how many hertz it is. So gaming and coding / game design. So I'm a little bit conflicted here. Because for gaming, and also the choice was made here that yes, Vindictive Villain is interested in upgrading their CPU over time. That means AMD right now. By the way, it is time for my customary announcement around this time of year, okay? For anybody looking for help right now, pay close attention to this. Listen up. We are now a few short weeks away from Computex 2024. That is the Super Bowl when it comes to companies announcing their new stuff, all right? It is the largest single tech event in the world. Okay? Particularly rather, for silicon, for PC tech, stuff like that, be it consumer or enterprise. Anyway, AMD is going to be announcing their new lineup of CPUs on the 3rd of June. The 3rd of June. That means it might be a smart idea to wait a few weeks before buying anything. Anything. Particularly if you're not looking for a budget PC like 1,000 or under. If you're looking in the very much budget side of things, that doesn't usually get affected by the latest hardware announcements. So what's likely going to happen is that AMD is going to announce their CPUs and the launch dates. It could very well be that they're trying to pounce on the current negative sentiment towards Intel because of their i9 chips, be it 13th or 14th gen, having stability issues. And this would be an amazing time for them to come in and say, oh, by the way, this totally beats that, because now Intel is benchmarking lower. So this is a great time for them to launch their new stuff. They may be launching it close to the announcement. But what that means is two things, okay? If you're wanting the latest and greatest stuff, well, there's going to be a new latest and greatest in a few weeks. Very likely, okay? If you don't care about that, well, the current generation should be discounted once the new stuff is launched. Now, if you're looking at an X3D chip, those don't usually launch with the mainline processors, the main product lineup. The last two times they've done 3D cache chips, they launch after, maybe 6 months after, something like that. So like a 7800 X3D is still probably going to be the top gaming CPU for a while. Chris, are you saying that they look, if someone says they don't want to build it themselves, they know that they can get better specs if they build it themselves. Most people are aware that it costs extra money. In fact, Vindictive Villain specifically cited the build fee. So you know how we are around here. If someone says they want pre-built, we don't pressure them into building it themselves. We do not do that. That is for other channels to do, not our channel. Is there a 4K $2 pre-built? John Banana, probably. Is it going to be good in every category? No. And besides, that's you're trying to jump the line. I'm actually literally helping somebody right now. Their turn came up. So what you need to do is look at the description of the stream, click that link, fill out that form, and that gets you on the list so that you can queue up like everybody else. No. Vindictive Villain, do not worry. Do not worry. We don't gatekeep here. Okay, even if it's in a friendly manner, we don't do it. If you're like, there's times where I know for a fact that someone should probably take the leap to building it themselves because there's no way to get this done otherwise, based on their budget and the things they want to do with their PC. Please leave that to my discretion if you don't mind. Yes, Crash, that's a custom liquid cooled system. That's like with an open loop, a custom loop with the tubes, like with the clear tubes, things like that. Yeah. but that's not an AIO. AIO stands for all-in-one, meaning all of the cooling is in the unit. All the parts are in there. It is a closed loop cooler, or CLC, more commonly known as an AIO, or all-in-one cooler. Rogers, they will never do that because they want to sell what they're releasing now. Are water-cooled PCs still popular? I mean, with the recession, not as much, honestly. So where I was conflicted was the two use cases for this PC are gaming and then coding/game design. Now, for compiling code, having a lot of cores that have good frequencies will really help for compiling code. But when it comes to doing things like game design in like an Unreal or something like that, something that's good for gaming can honestly be pretty good for that. So I'm struggling as to whether I should go with a 7800X 3D or not. But do you all understand what I was saying about the announcements coming out in a few weeks? Has anyone changed their mind and decided that they want to wait? Anybody? No problem, Chris. Thank you, Rogers. Very helpful. Not game design W. Yeah, I know. That's okay. So you need to compile some code. So, well, let's see what bundles they've got right now. And you understand what I did ask. You do understand about the fact that new AMD CPUs are going to be announced in a few weeks, right? I do need an answer on that before I'm going to proceed. So we're just going to go back to this screen. And I'm going to need that answer from every person who is waiting for help right now, okay? I need an answer that, yes, I want to get it even. Like basically, if you say yes, you still want to keep going, that means you understand new stuff's about to come out and you don't care, which is fine. If you don't want to keep going, we can keep your form entry until after they are announced and launched. There you go. Yeah, I got that. I might wait. Okay, we can wait. Your form entry will stay in there. And the thing is, it will make no sense for me to do a build right now because prices will change if we go with what we're looking at now. If we go with the new stuff, it'll probably be around the same price, but we won't know what the lineup is. Stints build code? Yes. It's right there. Not the full nerd. It's Braythorn. Okay, Nick is down. All right, cool. It's going to be mostly flagships getting announced, right? It should be the basic lineup. Ryzen 5, 7, and 9. ST Bullet, Braythorn, trying my best to reach you. I am your old-time follower. Please reach me out. That sounds like spam. Because also, you're not allowed to post links, which has been a rule for quite a while. So most longtime followers would know that. But also, I can see you have been around a while. And you've posted once in my chat. This single post. Yeah, I know, but I emailed you. Okay, Kelt. All right. Every time I say that, you know it's my job to inform consumers. You know this. Get wrecked. I'm trying my best to collab. Okay. How soon before we see benchmarks, and what are your top 3 to reference? Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, and I wouldn't say necessarily Linus Tech Tips. They'll give you a general consumer viewpoint. But Paul's Hardware, Jay's 2 cents can come out with some really nice benchmarks at times. If you want the real in-depth stuff, you want to go with Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed. St. Bullet, I have a business email listed on my YouTube channel. Please go there. My email gets inundated with stuff all the time. So there are certain things that I miss at times. Okay, I have an editor. We've had an editor since the start of the channel. Thank you very much. Linus lost all my respect. Didn't lose mine. I never took them as tech journalism. It's entertainment. Can't wait till I get the money to buy a new PC. Looking forward to getting your help. Cool. Looking forward to helping. Did you hear about all the controversies? Yeah. Yes. It was really one. They weren't being very accurate with their information. So what did I say? What did I say when I brought up Linus Tech Tips? I said they're better for just a general consumer viewpoint, not for the benchmarks. I do tend to think these things out. You know what I mean? It's a heck of a team over there. They're really good at cranking out a bunch of content. A lot of it is very entertaining. That's what I go there for. Also, their Secret Shopper series is excellent. And did you know they happened to feature a Falcon Northwest PC when they did the Threadripper crazy system thing that they did? I thought it looked pretty damn nice. They were very complimentary of it. I just watched a video where you talk about Alexander PCs. Do you still recommend them? I'm planning to get one from them, 2.5K budget. Yeah, I still recommend them. Don't know if they're right for you though. So if you're looking for help, fill out the form that's linked in the description and I can look at that and kind of determine whether it's the right option for you, in my opinion. Of course. I cannot wait to check out a frag box. Like, that's going to be so sick. Want to see if it fits in my carry-on Pelican case. Rocking the red today. What's up, Bray? Hey, you rhymed that, Rome. Nice. This case is annoying me. Necessary but annoying. Fractal Ridge. Doing a small form factor, huh? Let's find the form. Instead of thinking of getting it up to a month from now to check how price goes. Right. Well, if we do a build right now, Vindictive Villain, it's not going to do you much good because it's going to change drastically in the next 3 weeks or so. Chris says Hardware Unboxed is excellent. Yes, they are. Tom's Hardware is pretty good. There are other publications I go to first. PC World and Ars Technica is good for more in-depth stuff as well. There's a ton out there. Tom's Hardware needs to relax on the ads. I'm freaking serious. Like, you get this much of a screen, this much of it is the article. It drives me out of my mind. PC Gamer is worse. But Tom's Hardware can be pretty bad about it sometimes. Depends on like your aspect ratio and things like that. If you're looking on your phone or if you're looking on a desktop. You don't have to apologize for saying a different SI is good. Using the frame from it for a full custom that I'm sure at some point you will see. I look forward to that. Braithorn and Steve, thanks so much for your help. Gotta hop off now. I'll be back in a few weeks after the announcements for hopefully some awesome low prices. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel. Stay subscribed. And I guess hit the bell. I don't know if that matters anymore because I'm going to be there and we're going to upload a video after the announcement where I can kind of share my thoughts. So check that out. That should be right up your alley then. Let me do a different color for that. Okay, I didn't get an answer, I think, from Aaron Alvarado, because you would be next, Aaron. Do you understand my messaging about the new announcements coming out in a few weeks and how that could affect your build? Because you said yes to potentially upgrading your CPU down the line, but what if you didn't have to because you got the latest one? Or, well, basically, it's going to put you on AMD. So are you wanting me to do a build now because it's going to change very likely? Here's the thing, guys. I want to make something clear. For those of you who enjoy watching SI Weekly every week, I appreciate y'all so much. Oh my God, I don't want to insert ads. Go away. It's on 2 separate windows. Okay. SI Weekly, right before Computex, is going to be on a bit of a hiatus as I upload content that like pre-built, rebuilt is going to be coming out. A couple episodes of that, plus content that we've been sitting on for way too long, that has been needing to come out for a long time. So just a heads up on that. Please watch the other stuff, even if it's not SI Weekly. I guarantee you it's going to be interesting, in my opinion. You're okay with the build now? Sure thing. All right. Don't pay too much attention to hardware rumors, guys. There's always hardware just on the horizon. Well, not as much as 3 weeks before Computex, though. Yeah, that's a little different. And when you're in a position like mine, where the advice I give could affect the way someone spends hundreds or thousands of dollars of their hard-earned money, it's a lot of responsibility. And I don't take that lightly. If someone says they don't care, I'm fine. I'll keep going. You know, we'll rock and roll. But if they do care and they don't know, that's me failing at my job. Because in 3 weeks, they could be very, very upsetty spaghetti. And I'm being pretty clear about it. I don't know when they're going to launch. I know that they're going to announce them. They could be saying, hey, here's what they're going to be like. Here's our first party charts that you can't really trust yet. And they're going to launch in Q4. I don't know. Nobody's telling me the inside details that I wouldn't actually share, but maybe kind of might affect the things I say in a secondary fashion. Nobody's telling me nothing. Binary Theory. My hard-earned dollars confirm this man will make sure your hard-earned dollars are well spent. I'll do my best anyway. That's the best I can do. Didn't think that through. That's supposed to point at Bray. Well, it says the word my afterwards, so it works. It works in my estimation. So, Aaron Alvarado, let's get to your build. Okay, let's see here. So, you're looking to buy within a week, so that does make sense if you're in a bit of a hurry. $2,500 is the budget. Pre-built is what you're looking for. You're hoping to get it within a week, so you need something that's pretty much ready to ship. And you're looking to do gaming and racing sim / flight sim in 1080p. I'm going to be honest with you. Doing any simulation in 1080p is going to be kind of rough. And with a budget of $2,500, you can go higher than that in resolution. Now, because of the gaming sim, racing sim / flight sim, that can often require extra USB ports because you need to be able to plug in your accessories, your sim racing and sim racing accessories. So where can we go to find a ready-to-ship system that's going to have really nice I/O? Because honestly, and I don't think many SIs can deny this, when they're doing something that's ready to ship, they're assuming straight-up gaming. So they don't put in a motherboard with a ton of I/O, which bugs the heck out of me. Because if you're going to limit something that cannot be customized, limit it to be a little more than the user needs. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that you do some YouTube shorts in the future, Birth. Yes, that is part of the plan. In fact, when you think about it, pre-built rebuild is going to be prime for some short form content. All right, you got it, Kelt. Thanks for coming in. You know, I love having you here. You know, I've never seen them do the Falcon Punch joke.
No,
all right. Well, it looks like Falcon Northwest has gifted 10 Tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds! That is a Tier 1 sub for Jaws12342, The Punchline GG, Wartf, Chompers, Cosmic Jordan AG, Bugs 4306, Hero Uimit, Whatever Forever, RMVP 2K9, and Ali Zero Numbers. Bunch of numbers. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you, Kelt. Thank you. Look at that big old name up there. Oh, there it is. Ow. Thank you, Kel. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I keep saying your name. Thank you, Falcon Northwest. Thank you, entire company. I appreciate you for just boosting us up to a level 3 hype train, just with a single keystroke there. Thank you so much. 19RC88, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. I do simulation games. Get an X3D chip, works wonders. MSFS, ETS, Farmington. Yeah, that's what I was going to go for this one. We'll be clearing out older stock for a while. It's not really a sale. It's just what we have on hand. So first come, first serve. Oh, you said, hey, Jeff, how long is the clearance sale going to go? Asking because some coworkers are looking to get a PC and they will have to buy next paycheck. Sailor, interesting fact. I know a coupon code that can help them out. And with SkyTech, that is Swarm. Because that's what you guys are. You're the Swarm. SWARM. JDoggy007, thank you for the 100 biddies. Why is the name so small? Oh, no, that's not. It's not. It's there. It's actually really bold. My bad. It's the font. Looks sick. Thank you very much. Gotcha. Thanks for the heads up. I will let them know. You got it. So let's see what we can see. Jeff, I'm curious. Something we talked about a while ago. I know this is not the right option here. Yo, Country Bumpkin Simulation, thank you for gifting 1 Braithorn membership to the community. That's for Patrick Manny. Much appreciated. Thank you. You mentioned that even though we had our discussion about RAM, and I understand where y'all stand when it comes to Ryzen 7000 series and DDR5 6000, you mentioned that y'all would work to get the DDR5 6000 in the custom configurator. That was, I don't know, 6 weeks ago or something. I don't remember when it was. But let's go find out if that ever happened. I'm going to put you on the spot on live TV. There it is. It is right there, people. Heck yeah. There's even some 7800 here. Good Lord. Not really what I would use for Ryzen because it's diminishing returns when it comes to memory synchronization, but $20 more. That's it. Just $20 more to get some RGB DDR5 6000. Now, the downside here is that I can't use this for this build because they wanted something that they would be receiving that would be they're willing to wait for about a week for their PC to arrive. That's oh good, I've been signed out. Cool. Again. Thank you, Google. while I'm live on stream. That's the best. It's my favorite. Okay. Hey, what do you know? Well, now I see that, and that makes me happy. The downside, though, is that this person did say they want it to arrive within a week. So it would have to be one of those special systems that you have that just so happens to ship out in a business day, which is a few of those. Thank you for the hype train, guys. I appreciate y'all. Shuttle. I play FH5 and Microsoft Flight Simulator. Shuttle, please fill out the form that's linked in the description so that, because as you can see, I am currently helping out someone who followed the proper procedure of filling out the form. That's the first sentence right there in the description. And in order to answer your question, I would have to shove this person aside and say, no. This person who just put this one post in chat, I'm going to help them instead. But no, I need you to fill out the form. That is the way that works. And it is free help and all that. So go ahead and do that and I can help you out. It's okay. I feel like there's something I could do to make it more obvious. Maybe have something scrolling on the screen just saying, please read the description, please read the description, but it's okay. Honestly, it's an innocent mistake to make that anyone makes. In fact, everyone, not everyone, a lot of people make that mistake. I'm going to take a peek here. Go up to around 2,500. We can go a little over because of my coupon code. And then we can narrow this down to, oh, we don't need to. Okay, 7800X3D and 7900XTX. That is a handsome looking PC right there. But there's also the 7800X3D 4070 Ti Super. And the same in the 011 Vision in white. What did they say they wanted for their PC color? In black. Oops, never mind. 700X3D 7900XT. That sounds familiar. I've got one of those. 2589. Microsoft Flight Simulator loves the X3D. It's smoother and from experience. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. But yeah, I got you. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So here's the conundrum. AMD Radeon, arguably the 7900 XTX, and not even arguably, it is factually more powerful than, say, the 4070 Ti Super in raw rasterization. However, I need to ask, what kind of games do you like playing, Aaron? And what kind of games do you like playing? What's your, like, do you care about ray tracing at all? And when you say coding, I mean, that's really not going to have anything to do with the GPU anyway. See, that the coding is where I'm thinking we need more cores than the 7800X3D can provide. That's where I'm like, I don't know about that. Tarkov and extraction shooters and iRacing. Okay. The problem is you want this thing pretty fast. So the downside there is that we can't do a custom system. It has to be something that is built and ready to ship out. Okay, so I actually cannot tell you what kind of motherboard this would come with, what kind of I/O is on it. And that makes sense. There's a lot of SKUs here. That would be a lot. But as you can generally tell, the way that you get so much value for so much performance per dollar from Skytech on these pre-configured systems is that they don't go real high end on the motherboard and some of the other things. It's all going to operate within spec. But I mean, you take a look at this motherboard, at least in this picture, which, as it states here, it may approximate the look of the final build. Please refer to the product specifications for the most accurate representation of the final build. However, our accurate representation is B650. That's it. Because, yeah, this is actually an MATX motherboard right here. So that wouldn't even be the motherboard you'd get. But 2 terabyte M.2 drive, PCIe Gen 4, 4070 Ti Super, 360 millimeter AIO, Ryzen 7 7800X 3D. What if we try this? What if I try doing a custom build, see if I can get you a CPU with more cores and a motherboard with good I/O for your sim stuff? Rex Ramstead, how's it going? Welcome. Oh, I love the Blaze 4 look. It looks great. So let me cook for a second. Ah, I like this one here. I need to get one of these motherboards and test it out for myself, but I like this one. This is the, I'll show you which motherboard this is. We looked at this one plenty of times. It's going to add a nice contrast in the build on the inside. But the main point of it is this. Look at that. That's a ton of I/O right there for connecting your sim devices, you know, all these USB 2.0s like your mouse, keyboard, headset, things like that. And all these faster ones can be for any devices that require USB 3.0 or higher. And your price is at $2,500 with a Ryzen 9 7950X 3D, a 4070 Ti Super, the Cougar Airface Pro RGB Black, just like this case right here, pretty much. Let's see, Deepcool LS720 RGB 360mm AIO. This MSI X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi motherboard, 32 gigs DDR5 6000. Seasonic Focus GM 850 watt gold power supply. The storage. That's somewhere I can, because remember, we do have a discount code. Shipping is included. So I would like to push this up to, that's a 4 terabyte. I'd like this to be a 2 terabyte at the very least. Now that comes out to $2,602. I didn't even ask this. I should have asked you earlier. What is the maximum budget for your PC? Because it's $2,500 is what you put there. If it was less than that, I'm sure that you would have told me right away in the beginning of the build. But as you can see, the builds are in increments of $500. So if you're like $2,600, $2,700, please let me know, so I know I'm not going overboard. But understand this: I optimized that PC in every way that I could, but that means it takes longer for you to get it. I'm not sure how long. It might say here somewhere, but let me go here. OS is there. Build fee is standard. I can go 100 above. There you go. Deathly Nightshade, it doesn't have issues with picking the right chiplet because of the core parking feature. That's why you leave Xbox Game Bar running. That's why it doesn't have issues. Basically, at that point, it runs like a 7800X 3D. However, the reason I ask all these questions is that... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I was thinking about the coding game design one from the previous one. Yeah, it can be 7800X 3D. That's my bad. Thank you for bringing it up, actually. I was thinking about the wrong build. Sometimes I get these mixed up. There we go. That'll save you quite a bit. Yeah, we're at 2342 now. Thanks for the input. That does mean we can probably step it up one on the GPU. However, remember that also this person did pick 1080p for their resolution. So I'm going to say you should probably up the resolution of your monitor. The order of these is a little weird. We can't go to a 4080 Super, actually. It's going to be too high that way. The other option is going to be to go with like a 7900X TX, which is the most powerful AMD Radeon GPU on the market. So basically, this is a peak AMD system. AMD CPU, AMD GPU, and they're both top of the line in their category of gaming. There you go. Thank you, Deathly Nightshade. Yep. I was all ready to be like, yeah, but they want to do coding. No, they don't. What am I talking about? You are correct about that being a little late, especially since in this very same chat where you're typing that, Deathly Nightshade said that before you did. But thank you, Onekia. Onyeka. Sorry, excuse me. Besides which, a 4080 Super does not fit within the budget. They said they were willing to go $100 over. 4080 Super would do this. We would have to up... you know what? I'm not going to do it. It'll force us to upgrade the power supply, which we might go ahead and do anyway, because we should have a little leeway with that, with the discount code. Oof, that is more than I anticipated. Well, we'll try it. But yeah. First off, the 7900X TX trades blows already with the 4080 Super, and will actually beat it in some games. The only thing is, if you're obsessed with ray tracing, you generally want to go with NVIDIA. Let's see what this comes out to with my discount code. Oh, it's right there. Do you think I can do 1440p? You weren't about to change your budget on me again, were you? Because that's a great way to get on my bad side. You don't do that at the end of the build, because it means I have to go back and change a bunch of stuff. Okay, looks like Coupon Swarm, as you can see right here, has removed $77.28 from the price of the system, meaning we are $1.39 under budget, baby. There you go. Shipping, I believe it should be. I don't know. Actually, don't know if it's included, but that's under budget. There you go. $850 watts is plenty enough for 7900 XTX? Question mark. Is there a problem with the power supply? It's not an 850 watt. I put a 1000 watt in there. You know that efficiency is not a strong suit of Radeon GPUs, right? They're actually quite a bit power hungry. And the general rule, I mean, I like to go like maybe 20% over whatever the actual power draw is, 20 to 25%. Overbuilding on the power supply is never a bad thing. If you're running it below the peak, I gotta adjust my webcam here. Running it below the actual peak output is a good thing because it helps with longevity. A 1000 watt power supply is not going to be constantly pushing 1000 watts into the system. It only provides whatever wattage is requested by the system. Okay, so coupon code SWARM. There you go. Let me give you a link for this. What? That didn't work. Yeah, this thing could game in 4K, or you can get a 1440p ultra wide if you wanted to. Not a problem. But do remember, this will take longer, but we have ensured that it will meet your every need. I don't generally just ignore when you say you want it within a week, but in this case, because of the specific use case of using it for sim racing or simulators in general, or you know, it's nice to have the extra I/O. So I wanted to be able to choose the motherboard. I'm okay with that. I can wait for this build. Awesome. And if you want to tinker around with it, you can change the case if you want to, stuff like that. If you think that there's another case that would look better, but keep in mind it will change the price. I think the case looks sharp, and it is the whole build is aimed at performance. Lightning Evil, what's up? Patrick McGowan, how are you? Chris M. Sim Racing, do you have a discount code with iBuyPower? It's my name. Should get you 5% off a custom system or $100 off a ready system that is over $1,000. Keat, would you recommend the APC Legatus for a high-end build? For what use case? Like you do need to fill out the form to get in line to get help, like all of these fine people did right here, as you can see in the list here. So I do request that you do that. Nick, What did Nick say earlier about waiting or not waiting? That they want to keep going, it looks like. No problem, Chris. If you want a personal recommendation, or if you want a one-on-one, just fill out the form and I can help you out. Aaron, no problem. One thing I do want to point out for you real quick is in your cart, when you're checking out with this thing, you can, it takes longer to get it if you do this, but you can actually opt to watch your PC being built live on stream if you want to do that. And that option might be selected as default. So if you don't want that, please deselect it. Oh, that's not. Okay, but watch your custom PC built live on Twitch is a free option you can get if that's something you're into. But damn, really, how long will that discount be? Lightning Evo, I've got Operation Code Breathorn means that we have codes at a lot of SIs. We don't have an end date for that code at the time right now. Sorry, it's not gonna stop. There you go. Sorry, I do stutter sometimes, and I just kind of lean into it, you know. Morbid Angel NY, welcome. How are you? Rocking the older Eclipse case in white. Can't go wrong with the Fantex case. What's up, JR? How's it going? Okay, let's see here. Nick, where are you at? Lightning Evo, it looks like I have one on yours, but I might have been meaning to put that under someone else's. So, yeah. I think the 4000D is a nice looking case, Deathly Nightshade. That thing's fine. They saw the front intake top rear exhaust design and they were like, we could do that. And they did it. And it looks nice. Oh, the 7900 GRE is a great deal for sure, too. And great performance. Okay, Nick is here. Looks like we're doing a parts list for the Duluth, Georgia Micro Center. That should be fun. For programming esports in 1440p, budget of $1,500. Let's do it. Cue the 3 or 4 people saying, "Man, I wish I live by Micro Center." I do too, guys. I wish for that too. You're right about that. I have 11 USB on my motherboard, and I still use a hub because of YouTube and my sim games with all my controls. Yep. I will admit, Country Bumpkin, that it took me a while to get to the point where I knew the requirements for a lot of PCs for use cases I don't really follow myself. Though I would love to get into racing sim. I'm not into it myself. But over the years, I have gotten pretty well versed in all the different kinds of things you can run into. So we're looking at just gaming. We're looking at someone who is interested in potentially upgrading their CPU over time. So we will proceed with that in mind. Monacar, welcome. How are you? I drove over 2 hours to my closest one and got an open box deal on the GRE, less than $500. Nice. So this is one I would usually be like, was the discount enough to cover the gas to drive there? But no. Excuse me, I have a hiccup there. If you have a chance to go to a Micro Center that's a few hours from you, go there once at least. It is really fun to do. It's a really cool place. Triple B, tuning in for the commute home. Well, I hope you are just listening and not watching, my friend. Keep an eye on the road and drive safely, please. Hey, just to let you know, I'm looking for something pure performance for Overwatch. All right. That right here basically told me what I needed to know there. Let's see here. We should be able to get you a nice little package deal, a bundle deal with a 7800X 3D potentially. If they got it, they do. With a Gigabyte B650 Gaming X AX V2. So you said you didn't know whether you needed Wi-Fi or not. Guess what? You're going to get it anyway. Comes with RAM, the CPU, and the motherboard for $479. And hey, weren't we mentioning the 7900 GRE just a second ago? Because that would go great in this build. Oh, would you look at that? We'll see if we can make this all work here. It really comes down to which one you're most interested in out of all of these. But I'll generally go by price, because they'll perform very similarly, no matter what. Although, that's $30 to get a... Oh, no. Okay, this one here. Right here. Right here. $559. $10 more for a full-size 3-fan cooling solution. Go with that right there. 7900 GRE is sick. It's a great GPU. 1440p all day long with that thing. It's nipping on the heels of the 7900 XT for less money. Quite nice. 2 terabyte M.2 Performance Plus is kind of my go-to. Yeah, Country Bumpkin, same here. It's about a 5-hour drive for mine. And there are 2 in Texas. Oh, I'm not doing the case yet. What am I doing? Oh, let me ask you real quick before I go too far. Nick, what is the actual maximum budget for the PC? You cannot change this answer later. I only ask at the beginning because it's $500 increments. And if you're looking at a $1,500 PC, but your actual budget is like $1,700 or something, that can make a solid difference in the end result of your PC and how it actually turns out. Micro Center is a 3-hour one-way drive for me. One way because you're just going to stay there, right? What is something you would tell to someone wanting to build a PC that has not built a PC before? Just research as much as possible. All of the resources out there are at your fingertips. Literally, because you can just have YouTube open while you're building your PC for some kind of PC build guide. It helps a lot. Double checking. You want it in black. Okay, good. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's some great options here, man. Are you kidding me? See, Sonic, always a solid choice. Yes, bacon. Oh my goodness. Oh, Bugs, they did take off earlier. Yo, Ro Makazaga says it drops 200 biddies and says, first time watching your stream. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Definitely staying here. That you're stuck here now. That's it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You has bacon. That sounds nice. I'd say a hard $1,500 cap. Okay. Well, you don't have to worry about a build fee since you're getting a parts list. So that's nice. Now, you can go with, as we were talking about earlier, you can go with a beefy air cooler or with an all-in-one liquid cooler. Up to you. Like the AK620 would be just fine cooling off the 7800X 3D. especially with a high airflow front intake case. Well, let's talk about the case first. Let me ask you that. What kind of case were you thinking for your PC? Are you thinking about the fish tank kind of case? Are you pure performance? Because that's what you mentioned earlier. Looking for something pure performance, right? I'm going to go ahead and look at the cases and pick out a pure performance one for you. If you want to change that, you have every right to do that once you arrive at Micro Center. Not a problem. But I would say something like the 216 would do an admirable job. You know, I don't know if Jeff is still here, but I need to ask Jeff because I haven't had a test bench in a while. I want to know what's out there. I doubt they would send me one of those for review, though, because they don't sell those to customers. But I just want to get a recommend. It's been a while for me looking at those. Adam, that is really nice. Absolutely. Imagine you have them build it for you and get the warranty, and you have a problem, and you don't have to ship your PC anywhere. Amazing, right? I'd say the 216 is a good starting point, but here's what I'm going to recommend to you. Okay? Nick, when you're at Micro Center, go to the case section and just look around, because it's one of the only places you can go where they'll have most of the cases they have in stock. They'll have one on display, and you can actually see what it's going to look like. Okay, the Lankel 216 is going to look sick. It's going to give you great airflow, has great build quality, and gives you a good build experience. However, you might decide you want a different one. That would not bother me. I'll give you one when you come over after Computex. I have a bunch of them sitting here. Well, I didn't say I could go over there after Computex. I'm going to be in San Francisco. That's a little ways away from Ontario, California. I thought I was going to be going over there for TwitchCon and doing a tour once you have your new warehouse ready for the tour. Oh, no. Did I leak that? Oh, no. Northern Light says, wow, I thought the GRE was more like a $500 card. I never looked into them, I guess. Well, no. It's close to the 7900 XT in performance, higher than the 7800 XT, which itself is a $500 card. Well, it's not my loss. I can't just... What, am I supposed to walk there? Time for Braid Thorn and some gaming. Sounds like a great combination. I wish I could combine those two things myself. Now, we got to talk about the cooling. You can go with an AIO. There is budget for this, okay? Because we have a rockin' CPU, motherboard, and RAM combo here, okay? Really good combination. And you're actually saving $184 with this, okay? With the 7800X3D, top of the line, tippity top of the line gaming CPU on the market right now. The B650 Gaming X AX V2 motherboard from from Gigabyte with Wi-Fi included, all that good stuff. Enough I/O for the gaming you're going to be doing. An RX 7900 GRE, which is it's a really good graphics card for the money for sure, and just in general. An Inland Performance Plus 2 terabyte M.2 drive, 7,300 megabyte per second sequential read speeds. Let me double check that. Is it 72 or 73? 7,000 actually for the 2 terabyte. I was thinking about the 4 terabyte. 7,000 megabyte per second sequential read speeds, up to 6850 megabyte per second sequential write speeds, and 1,400 terabytes written for the longevity, for the endurance, which is very good. Lee Lankel 216 mid-size ATX, mid-tower ATX case, which is awesome. Seasonic Focus V3 GX 850 watt, fully modular, 80 plus gold power supply with ATX 3.0, and you do have 12 VH PWR connector there, but you're not going to need it for your GPU. But there's other standards that are raised when you go with an ATX 3.0 rated power supply. We just have to choose our cooler, and we have $110 for that. We can go with an AIO, or we can go with a tower cooler. They have a 200-foot TV wall at the new warehouse, stretched out Linus face. I hope so. That's like the bare minimum. Adam Keller, I dropped 5K on my PC and built it myself, but it was great to buy all the parts at once at Micro Center. Yep. That's what I think every nerd wants to do. I miss doing that at Fry's. Fry's used to have an awesome PC DIY section with everything. Basically, at the one that we had in San Antonio, you had basically the order of everything just mounted all on the walls. It was super cool. You just tour through there, pick your parts. So cool. I missed when Fry's was good. Also, when it existed. Oh, yeah. Let's look at Deep Cool. $114.99. LS720. I like it. And we have pretty much maxed out our budget. We're $4.94 over. My sincerest apologies to you. Now, you'll notice there's something not included here. I did not include an operating system, okay? My suggestion to you to save as much money as possible here would be to install Windows 10, get an OEM license from my YouTube sponsor VIP CDK Deals for Windows 10, and then while you can still do it, do the Windows 11 upgrade for free, okay? That's gonna make sure that you have the most up-to-date Windows Microsoft Xbox game bar. You actually don't need that. Never mind. It's not a 7950X 3D. Never, you're good. Well, use whatever version you want, but I do, even if it's a bit of a pain in the butt, you go with Windows 11, it's fine. But that will save you, instead of spending $130 on an operating system, it'll be like 15, 20 bucks. And those links are in my SI Weekly episodes in the description. Now, what you need to do here, I got to say, this is an awesome, awesome system. You're going to love this thing. I'm going to do this. What you need to do, you need to click that link and add all of that to cart. Because if I go do another Micro Center build tonight, this is all getting erased. But if it's in your cart, you have the whole parts list. Okay? Hey, Kessel Goblin, thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate you. Oh, yeah, I used to love going to Fry's. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Northern Lights says 216 is a great case for beginners. I got to agree. Jasmine, I see that you have the cookie nom emotes there. I thought you said you had bacon. I swear, like, with all of the times you had food advertised to you while watching the stream, and now the fact that you try to eat during the stream so that you're not, like, tempted by food, I feel like either every time you eat, you're going to start thinking about computers, or whenever you think about computers, you're going to get hungry. Pavlov would have a field day with that one. You built my PC at that same Micro Center in Duluth, Georgia. That Micro Center is great. They stay super busy. They also put my PC together less than 3 hours after buying. Heck yeah. This is a parts list. Like, they're not going to be paying the $250 to build it. This person's going to build it themselves. But it's nice to know that it's not actually 4 hours at some locations. Or Chaos is hitting the Pavlov bell. Come on, man, don't do that. Not cool. Not cool. Thanks, man. Just added to cart. There you go. Still thinking about that Tuesday cookie. The place is called Insomnia Cookie. Do you know how horrible it is to have a cookie place that has cookies and ice cream that's open until 3 a.m. and delivers? It's inhumane and amazing. Like Micro Center, I got a cookie store. Who needs that? Now listen, Nick, one thing you got to do if you build a if you build a PC or order a PC, anyone who gets their PC, you got to join the Discord, and once you got that thing set up to your liking, take some sweet pics and drop that in the rigs channel of the Discord. We want to see. At some point, I am going to do a thing where I go through and review y'all's rigs, okay? There's a reason I don't go in there and comment all the time. I want to save a genuine reaction for this stuff, okay? So, maybe you want to be a part of that. I don't know.
Look, man, I don't know everything. I just work here, all right?
I don't know why I went with that voice for that, but it felt right, and I like to go by my instincts. Now that that is taken care of, let me copy this over here. Bam, bam, bam. All right. Okay, guys. If you have filled out the form, we've just finished going through all the people who in the beginning of the stream stated that they are on the list. So here's what you have to do. Listen carefully. You see this name right here. It is spelled B-R-A-E-T-H-O-R-N, Braethorn. Type that in chat, exactly how it appears on the channel, all that stuff. Put an at the beginning. It'll help you type it if you want. And then type, I'm on the list. We're going to get this started again. Do you vape? I do, unfortunately. It is a bad habit. One of my only vices, honestly. I don't really drink or do anything else. It's just a little bit of nicotine here and there. Romakazaga says they're on the list. Cool, cool. I see your name there. And by the way, remember, hopefully you read the beginning of that form. If you rush through it and you ignored any of the instructions, I get to roast you on stream. You agreed to this. That's the toll. That's the toll that you pay to cross this bridge. And I am the troll. Y'all thought you were the trolls. No. I am troll numero uno. That sounded like Foamy the Squirrel.
Creamy cheese? Cheesy cream? Cream cheese bagels.
I knew that reference. Oh, man. I miss Newgrounds. Now I want bacon-flavored cookies. Well, aren't all cookies baked? It wasn't great. I'm on the list, but it is for fun. If someone else is here, help them first. Sure. Morbid Angel is on the list. Roma Gazaga is on the list. Chillin is on the list as well, apparently. I see you there. Morbid Angel. I see. Okay, so you submitted on the 5th. That means you're going to be first here. Okay. So we got 3 more. Him says, how do I get on the list? And by the way, you can roast me. Oh, I know. You'll see. Click the link in the description on the first sentence and read that paragraph and then fill out the form. I know I can roast you. It is my favorite thing. Here, you know why? Because, like, you come in here, you're a bud. We're buds. We're all buds here, man. Buds roast each other. Paintball says, at Braethorn, I'm in chat. By the way, you keep misspelling mine. As I said, you have to spell it. I even spelled it out for you. If you don't spell the name correctly, it won't highlight the chat for me. It's just lucky that I saw it. It's not like chat's flying by or anything. But, like, you misspelled it wrong. 2 times. Why? Thank you, Crash. That's not weird. Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. Okay. There it is. You got it. It's okay. Misspelling my name is basically a meme at this point. That's why I'm so careful to say to not do that, but it's okay. It's all right. All right. So, Morbid Angel NY said AMD system all the way. Now, what is the actual max budget for your system? Because it caps out on there at $4,000 or more. So what is the or more? $4,300, very specific. Good, that helps me. Okay, let's see what the use cases are here. Gaming and content creation / video editing. Awesome. Alexander PCs. All right, let's go there. Now, you stated here you're not interested in upgrading your CPU down the line, but you did say you wanted an all AMD system. But okay. By the way, with that kind of budget, you can totally go 4K. No problem. Now, what I'd like to do, what I'm really enjoying doing, is using the custom configurator. And I know TJ might get mad at me for that because they have some really nice pre-configured systems. But if you're going to tell me your budget, what you're going to use it for, all that stuff, I like to be able to choose what goes in there for you. I like to do that. I'm sorry, TJ. You're an officer and a gentleman, and I appreciate you. But you gave me an option, and I'm going to continually mash the button for that option. By the way, guys, it is official. I want to let you know, as of a little while ago, actually, they are completely sold out of the special edition Breathorn Legionnaire, or as they called it, the Legionnaire PCs. Okay, they are completely sold out, and that's it for that run. There are going to be no more of those until we do another collaboration with another SI. So for those of you who grab those, congratulations. Him says, I did the form. Nice. What's up, Nemus Tech? How's it going? Look today for some open box deals in Micro Center. It has insane deals, not going to lie. Nice. They do. Don't have a 4K monitor. Well, I'm going to build with the intention of maybe at some point you're going to do it, because I got to tell you, as I'm something of a content creator myself. Sorry, just a little Norman Osborn there for you. But eventually you may want something like a 4K monitor, but for content creation, which can be like a BenQ, really highly color accurate kind of reference monitor. Doesn't have to be 120, 144, 240 FPS. It doesn't. But we want to know that you'll be able to run stuff on it with no problem. There are more and more affordable gaming 4K monitors with great color reproduction. Now, let's first talk about the case. What kind of look are you going for? Are you looking for the fish tank look? Are you looking for the pure performance kind of build like this one? What are we thinking? RGB. Okay. Evo RGB it is. Wait, did you say, what color did you say you want your system in? Why did I do that? I did this wrong. Sorry, I gotta redo this. No problem. You said you wanted it in white. Nice. This should be fun. Nice. There it is. Heck yeah. $64 gigs DDR5 6000. Thank you very much. Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. I'm going to remind you, Morbid Angel says, there's my baby. There it is. Yeah. I'm going to remind you of something, okay? And this is important. I don't think you were here when I talked about it before. But, sorry, I was zoomed in there, by the way. But just do not forget that in a short about 3 weeks, we're going to get AMD's announcement on their new lineup of CPUs. We don't know when they're going to launch them. We don't know that. They could be launching them at the end of Q4, end of Q3. But I get the feeling that they're going to try to strike while the iron is hot and launch them close to the announcement date, meaning they could be launching in July or something, or late June. And if you're going to be spending $500-600 on a 7950X 3D, actually, I'd probably go 7950X on this to save a bit and to give you better multi-threaded performance, multi-core performance, and all that without any chiplet shenanigans, core parking shenanigans. Anyways, whatever. But what we could do is build this with like a 7700X, 8 cores, 16 threads. You rock that for a while. See when the new CPUs come out, what the Ryzen 9 is going to look like, and then swap that sucker in 6-7 months or whenever you feel like it. And that way you'll save a few $100s on your CPU right now before it is made quote unquote obsolete or before the price drops because the new stuff dropped. Now I know what NGL stands for. Yep, there you go. TBH. I miss out on a lot of those acronyms all the time. Get Riggs. I'm getting too old for this. Okay, so we'll go with the 7700X right now. That saves you $360. $360 to set aside for one of the newer CPUs when they come out. And this 7700X you can take out and put into something like a dedicated streaming PC or something like that. Sounds awesome, right? It's because it is. I'm sorry, I get excited when a good idea occurs to me. Okay, back to business. Onyeka says, crazy to spend $4,000 and not get 4090. We haven't even gotten to the GPU yet. What are you talking about? We haven't gotten to that point yet. But we're about to. And this is one I would also say, guess who also has a keynote right before Computex, that's right, NVIDIA, is like, I'm going to let you finish. Cousin Dr. Lisa Su, because they're apparently cousins, distant cousins or something. But I have the greatest keynote of all time. They're going to give a keynote. It's mostly going to be Jensen talking about dystopian future AI stuff, but they also might tease the new 5090, which would be coming out potentially at the end of the year. So the question would be, do you want to spend all that money on a 4090 when in 6 months there could be something that is 70% more powerful, according to rumors. 70%. Rumors are flying. Rumors abound. I'm pretty sure they are originated from the source of NVIDIA. These leakers get their information from somewhere. Oh, it's not moving because I'm still zoomed in. But yeah. So you got to decide whether you want to go with the top end GPU that you can get right now or get something solid for now and not spend $1,700 on a GPU a few months before, because it's going to be like 2 years until they launch 60 series. It'll be like, it's been a long time since the 4090 came out. Virtue, didn't we do a build? What's up, by the way? I thought we did a build. Let's get you a nice Trinity Infinity kit there for fans. And we'll get you matching Infinity fans as well, for the one in the back as well. We're going to get rid of the extra M.2 drive and put in a 2 terabyte Kingston Fury Renegade for now. Remember Country Bumpkin Simulation. Remember this. The 4090 was only $100 more than the 3090 at MSRP. $100 more. I don't think they want to keep pushing their top-end GPU to even greater heights of price. I don't think they want to do that. I think $1,600 was already quite enough. $1,699, whatever. I don't think they're going to go to $2,000. Oh, they said all AMD. You said all AMD, right? Did you mean you wanted an AMD GPU as well? They might have just meant the CPU. Onyeka, just saying. Okay, AMD GPU as well. Good to know. Okay. Let's see what we got. You said a 7700 XT for now? Is that what you want? Gonna be really mad if it's 70% faster. I worked a whole year saving up for 4080 Super. Now I'll be saving again. Hey, you know what? That's PC stuff, man. That's how that goes. If you're on the bleeding edge, it's a paid for privilege, and it sucks. You can't get too wrapped up in that. If you got that thing months ago, then like when the Super first came out, and don't feel bad about it. If you got it a month ago, don't feel bad, because these aren't going to come out until like Q4, very likely. So you get an extra half a year of enjoyment of your 4080 Super instead of waiting. Nah. Okay. Wait, why are we on this power supply? No. We might have to, you might have to request a beefier power supply, and the reason is the GPU. Let me see the price difference real quick. It is $84 to go up to a 7800 XT. I might recommend that because that's going to bump up to 1,000, and that's pretty much where you need to be. But you can also just get the 7700 XT, but request a higher wattage power supply than the 750, because they base this on the GPU that you choose. So what you'll want to do, I'll give you the link for this, and then you email admin@alexanderpcs.com and say, hey, I want this build. Brayathorn put this together for me, but I want a beefier power supply because I'm going to get whatever GPU when it comes out. Now, here's the thing, and this is something that I really want to stress to you right now. If you truly want all AMD, including CPU and GPU, there's something important that you need to know. It's not an unknown rumor, but it's a pretty common rumor, actually, that AMD is going to be backing off from high-end GPUs. This is rumored right now, but I think it makes total sense, and it's a smart business move on their part, but there might not be an 8900 XTX. If that's the case and you intend to stick with all AMD, you might as well just get a 7900 XTX right now because it's an absolute banger of a GPU. But Bray, at least you're not 2 weeks to retirement. I got that, Sailor. I got that. Nice. You had to bring in Last Action Hero into that. Love it. Now, Northern Lights, that's fine. I just saw your DM. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. What I was saying is, so currently the top end GPUs, right? On the NVIDIA side, we have the 4090. It is the most expensive yet most powerful consumer gaming GPU on the market, period. On the AMD Radeon side, we have the 7900 XTX, because as you know, the letter X just adds performance. And they're not that close in performance. The 7900 XTX actually is the counter to the 4080 Super, all right? Or the 4080 before it. But 4K gaming, it can be pretty good for content creation, though you are losing out on some things. Like with streaming, you don't have NVIDIA broadcast and things like that. You don't have NVENC in case you can't use AV1, whatever. But it does have, the 7900 XTX does have an AV1 encode and decode. So it can encode AV1 if you're going to stream on YouTube or something. Okay, totally fine. Anyway, the 7900 XTX is pound for pound amongst the top GPUs, more FPS per dollar than the 4080 Super. But it's not close to the 4090, really. The 4090 kind of stands apart from everything else. It's whatever. But AMD, rumors have been coming out that AMD in the next generation of AMD graphics cards, they're not going to have a high-end contender. It's all going to be mid-range and budget GPUs, supposedly. So that means if you get a 7700 XT and you're like, I'm going to get the 8900 XTX whenever that comes out, that might never exist. And you might end up being forced to have an NVIDIA GPU instead. So it's definitely something you need to consider, because let me go look at the pricing real quick. I want to show you something real quick. If you want to get the, let me see if I can zoom in on this. Well, it did not like that, but okay. I just went one step too far. Okay. If you want to get the 4090 versus the 7700 XT, it will cost you an additional $1,884. That is because the price of the larger power supply is included in that price upgrade right there. It's included already. Okay? And that would actually push you above budget. However, to max out the AMD GPU, likely including an upgrade of power supply, it is only $688, meaning if we do that, you're still more than $500 under budget, and that's before the $50 discount you get with using code THORN. Okay? And that is a maxed out all AMD system right there for $3441 with a 1000 watt power supply, which we could bump up for $40 to a 1200 watt if you just want to have extra overhead. I would go ahead and do that, because when it comes to future GPUs, we have no idea what they're going to be doing power-wise. No clue. But look at that. This is an actual, I mean, look at this. This is going to be full of SL Infinity fans. This is going to have, a matching AIO. It has a motherboard that I chose that has tons of IO on it, although we could still upgrade the motherboard. And you're still under budget from a system integrator that gives you lifetime warranty with your purchase, baked into the price, and shipping is also baked into the price as well. Okay, we're going to do that one. Okay. Let me take a quick peek at some of the other motherboard options really quick. Like, what is this one? I want to see what the IO is like on this. It's okay. Take your time. Oh, that's not bad at all, actually. It's really good. I'm just going to compare it, though, real quick to... Where did we have... Here. We had it here. And it was... They got it right there. Okay. Lost it. And found it. There we go. I just want to show these to you. So when you're doing a content creation PC, it's not as important as having a streaming PC to have a whole lot of I/O. Like, that's not as critical. But this is the difference we're looking at here. So this actually has, that's 10 USB Type A's. This has 11 USB Type A's. So that's very close. But this one has a 20 gigabit USB Type C, 20 gigabit USB Type C, more audio options here, including SPDIF out. And yeah, you might want to actually go with this one. I think it'll look a little sharper in there. But let's see what the price difference is real quick. Only reason I'm bringing this up is because there's still a little room in the budget, and getting the right motherboard can make all the difference when you're looking to plug something in. So it looks like, but it's $168 more. Yeah, I don't know if I can justify that. I might just say to stick with this one because it's still very, very good. What's up, Kupo Catnip? How's it going? How can I get the background music, please? That is backingtrack.gg. Well, here, let me do this. There you go. MSI. All right, cool. Also, you'll notice, like, in the colorway, like, it actually matches the case really nicely because the way that the glass has this sort of teal color that comes out on the edges, you're going to have that on the motherboard too, which is super sick. I think it looks quite good. Okay, there's your build. Also, you have a 2 terabyte M.2 drive that can be expanded. In fact, if you wanted to, you could just fit a 4 terabyte drive in here right off the bat. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you this build. If you want to add storage, you can either do it in the customizer or you can do it at checkout. They have the option to add storage at checkout, but the build otherwise is done. I also included a code right there. That code is what you need to enter, and that gives you $50 off your system. It also supports the channel because it lets them know, hey, this was configured and curated by Braethorn. He's the one who brought them to your lovely website and got them hooked up with you. So that just helps with that. Another thing you're going to be able to do is choose the color of your cable extensions. That's just included in the build. I like to recommend a nice purple. However, I can admit that having monochromatic like white, black, or gray is nice because then you can change your RGB colors to whatever you want and it won't clash with the colors of your cable. Cables, I should say. It is more than one. But there you go. All right, so this is what we're probably going to do. It is 10:24. We're going to help out Rodrigo, then ChannelNet Mach 35. I guess Paintball chimed in earlier, but you guys make sure that you know if I'm here. Well, it's funny because no, I don't know. No, the name is funny, but yeah, they're really cool people too that are behind it. But these are tracks that you can use in YouTube videos during stream. All of that, it is copyright free. or rather, it's open for free use there, and it's really awesome music. There's some good variety there. History would suggest power supplies will only ever go higher. Well, I'm talking about the power requirements from GPUs, but that's likely going to go right along with it. Keeping my 3080 till next tax season, getting my money out that GPU. Hey, it's still a banger. How do I get the link again? Scroll up. It's right there. It's in chat. Did you close out chat or something? There you go. That's the one. Okay, Rodrigo, I hope you're ready. I'm ready. I was born ready. New to Twitch. How do I change the color of my name? Click on your chat identity thing. It's like a logo next to your name. Something like that. I don't know if you're on desktop, it should be pretty it'll be just a little icon there. If you're on mobile, I'm not sure how to do it actually offhand. I mostly watch on PC. Okay, well, I mean, for one thing, you didn't give me your actual name. Well, I mean, you gave me your actual name rather than what shows up in chat. So that right there is rule number one. Thankfully, that's easy to fix. I just delete some of your name. But I don't see anything too egregious in here. Although this is not really a company name. I am fully within my rights, were I to choose to fully within my rights to invalidate your form submission. I don't know why I ever typed that in there as an option, as a thing I could do, because I never do it. But it's okay. I was in YouTube first and then moved to Twitch. Well, you should have anticipated that. You should have known what you were going to do in the future. Mobile is the 3 dots. There you go. Hey, well, you found where the channel point redemptions are. Posture feels fine. I need that case in black. I like where the USB is on the front. It is nice. Okay, let's see. Can you use a firm with SkyTech? Oh no, they're with Bread Pay. So SkyTech is on Bread rather than a firm. So if you just mean a company where you can finance, this is an option. But if not, then no. This is not something I typically keep up with myself, so I'll have to look at that. Oh, they can't even hear me right now. Ugh. Okay, so iBuyPower uses a firm. There you go. Could be the right option there. $2,500 looking to get it within a month. Ordering within a week. And you want to be able to upgrade it. Cool. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Uh-oh. Please, please stop. Please stop. Okay. Gaming, racing sim / flight sim, coding / game design. All right. In white. I stopped hearing you because I got 2 ads. It's great. It's great. Perfect timing. Thank you, Twitch. Thanks, Bezos. Hope you enjoyed that. Yes, when Bezos attacks. Absolutely. Him, can you do me next? No, you're not next. You're actually last in line because you submitted after other people. Hey, can I cut the line? Hey, whatever your name is, shut up about these other people. Help me now. No, that's not how that works. Jeez. I'll be happy to help you out when your turn comes up, but you're literally the most recent person who submitted a form, and there are 5 people ahead of you. It's free help. What do you want me to do? I have toyed around with the idea of offering one-on-one sessions off stream if you're in a big rush. It would cost you $100. And that's a bargain compared to some other consultation things that are one-on-one like that. During the stream, you come in, you wait till your turn comes up. If it doesn't come up, you stay in there until the next. Your information is in here. Keep coming back to the streams. I will help you out. It will be free. It will be good help, but it won't be fast because I take my time with every person. All I was saying, Ro, was that I was looking at SkyTech. They don't have a firm. They use bread instead. So there you go. We can go to iBuyPower. They use a firm, as you can see right here. It's okay with bread. Well, let's see what iBuyPower's got. Considering what you want to do. Now, just to be clear, let's go over this again. I need to have this pre-recorded. I have an idea. As Computex 2024 approaches and gets closer and closer, we're only a few weeks away now, it becomes more and more important for you guys to understand that there will be new hardware announced within a couple of weeks. That means that you need to be aware of whether that matters to you or not, whether you care about having the latest and greatest thing or whether you care about getting discounts on current gen hardware. So you need to decide whether you want to get your hardware now or later after the announcements have come out. This could mean that the new CPUs from AMD come out in a month, like a week after the announcement, or maybe 6 weeks after the announcement, or maybe Q3 or Q4 of 2024. We really have no idea. Also, NVIDIA is likely going to be teasing or announcing their new GPUs as well. So please take this into consideration when you're filling out your form or after you filled out your form, when your turn comes up, whether you would like to wait or get your recommendation now, which might be useless to you in a couple of weeks. So if I just go to the Rode software here, Rode Central. I'm not downloading that now, you jerks. Transfer recordings. I hope you guys can still hear me. Can you still hear me? You can't hear me now, can you? Yes, you can. Good. I need to fix my dates on this. I'm moving around. I'm moving my head. Where's my recording? As Computex 2024 approach. It says this was recorded in 2021. Thank you, Rode. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, no, I still needed that open. Come back. As Computex 2024 approaches and gets closer and closer, we are only a few weeks away now, it becomes more and more important for you guys to understand that there will be new hardware announced within a couple of weeks. That means that you need to be aware of whether that matters to you or not, whether you care about having the latest and greatest thing, or whether you care about getting discounts on current gen hardware. So you need to decide whether you want to get your hardware now or later after the announcements have come out. This could mean that the new CPUs from AMD come out in a month, like a week after the announcement, or maybe 6 weeks after the announcement, or maybe Q3 or Q4 of 2024. I can edit that a bit. I can make that go a little more smoothly. But there we go. Now I don't have to say it so many times during a stream. So Young Drizzy says, can you tell me if this is a good wheel? 7800 X3D and 7900 GRE. For what use case? What are you going to do with it? What's your budget? Are you going to be doing just gaming, or are you going to be doing content creation? Are you going to be doing 3D design in SolidWorks? Are you trying to do game design? I don't know. So you need to fill out the form that is in the description. There's a link in the very first sentence if you're looking for help. I'm actually in the middle of helping someone right now. Okay, so you're ready to go. All right, so you need something as soon as possible. Got it. Okay, let me find one that... hold on. Let me just go here. Get my link. Oh, good. Updates. Man, everything is just so well timed. I love that. Oh, you wanted a white build, so there you go. Budget. Let me ask you real quick, what is the actual maximum budget for your build? Young Drizzy, please fill out the form linked in the description. I am in the middle of helping someone as we speak. Someone who put in their name, put in their... Oh, you already did. You already got it right there. Nice. I see you. I acknowledge that. Very good. 2600. All right. All right, cool. Let's keep going. And what was it real quick? It was gaming, racing sim, flight sim, coding, game design. Okay. So when you say coding / game design, which of those are you actually doing? Sorry, I'm new and didn't know. Thought it was like you pick. That'd be kind of messed up. I wouldn't do it that way. Now, if the streams grow enough to where I have to I don't know. I might do a randomized thing, but I don't know. Epoch Simaj says toast is way better. Oh, bread. I get it. Okay. Coding, and I use a flight sim a lot as well. Well, with the flight sim, the 7800X 3D is going to be awesome. But for coding, you might want more CPUs for that. But here's the thing. Rock the 7800X 3D for now. And there's going to be new stuff coming out. And what happens is this. You use this thing for like over a year, maybe a year and a half. When the prices drop on the 9000 series Ryzen CPUs, then you do the upgrade. So you get your money's worth out of this. Yo, Cherokee Vapors, thank you for the Prime sub. How's it going? I do want to remind you guys that when you submit a form, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get help during that stream. It says that everywhere. It says it in the beginning of the form. It says it in the description of the stream. In the thing that pops up in Twitch chat, it says that it doesn't guarantee I can help you during this stream, but your entry stays in the queue. You keep your place in line for when you come back to the stream the time after that. If you just hang out while I'm doing these, you can get a feel for why I choose the things that I choose. And maybe you'll start to get more confident and comfortable with choices on PC parts. Like right here. Normally for a PC like the one we're talking about, I would go with a faster, higher-end M.2 drive. However, right now there's a deal where you can get your storage drive for free. So it's a full 1 terabyte Western Digital Blue SN580, the performance of which I was actually pretty astounded by when I tested it, based on my presumptions. But no, it performed great. And that's free. And adding storage is one of the easiest things you can do. This motherboard can take up to 3 more M.2 drives. It's a great option overall. For the case, NZXT H7 Flow Mesh in white. It's going to have great airflow. The only thing we can't do is choose more fans, but I'm not sure what they do about that. So this is an option right here. The estimated ship date would be the 16th of May. So right now, it is the 9th. So that's in a week it would ship out. You stated on yours that you were looking to have it arrive within a month. So not bad at all, actually, for a fully custom PC. Now, another option we have is looking at their same-day ready systems, okay? So that's systems that will ship in a business day or so. So let's duplicate this. We'll go here, and we'll go to Ready Pre-Built PCs. Pop up the budget here. Okay, and sort by price high to low. Not going to recommend 14900 KF. That is a 7800X 3D and 7900 XTX, but we can't customize it. I can't choose the motherboard. I can't choose the memory. We can't put, you know, DDR5 6000 in there to match up with that Ryzen 7000 series. I'm not going to recommend a high-end Intel CPU right now for one thing, but also you're not going to have an upgrade path in the future. And you stated here that yes, you're interested in upgrading your CPU over time. Uh, 7800X 3D, 4070 Ti Super, 2249. But here's the thing about this. I can get you $100 off on a ready system, but I can get you a much more substantial discount on a custom system, okay? Custom one looks perfect. Let's make it more perfect. Let's put in a 7900 XTX, right? Oh no, but that makes it 2631. Well, hold on. Let me do a couple things first. First off, you get a Peepo plush for $1. Who would not want that, dude? He's the best. Okay, it's $1. Usually like a $50 plush. Free t-shirt. What size do you want? I'm just gonna my size is XL. I'm gonna put XL there. That's my size. But you can change that when you get the link. A free mouse pad. All right, cool. That's a free, large, high-quality desk mat for free. Bam, done. Okay, cool. Now we add that to cart. We've added 3 things to this and only added $1. By the way, this tells you you're gonna end up getting this shipped with the GPU uninstalled. That's okay. It is really easy to put in there. They give you instructions on how to do so. All you need is a screwdriver. Very, very easy to do. Review cart and put in code Breathorn, and it takes off $131.60, meaning you're at exactly $2,500. Ignore the 40 cents. Let's say it's $2,500 even. I don't know. So you could even do something like bumping up the CPU a step. Maybe not. You know, but there you go. You have now a fully 4K capable GPU with the 7900 XTX. The 7800X 3D is the best gaming CPU on the market. And if you find it's not enough for your coding needs for when you're doing your code compiles, you can look at the new Ryzen CPUs after they've launched and decide for yourself whether you want to do that upgrade or not. I'm fairly certain, though, that the 7800X 3D is still going to be at the top of its game, because if AMD keeps to their patterns from before, they're not going to launch the new X3D chips until like end of Q4 or Q1 of next year. And you even gave me $100 extra bucks in the budget, and I was like, nah, you can go and hold on to that. You might need it for, I mean, you know, shipping or taxes, but let's go back, edit this. I will click that and save the link. Give me a sec. I'll shorten this up for you. What I would do is this. When you order this thing, contact iBuyPower and ask them about adding or making sure that the front of the case is full of fans, because as the case comes, it only comes with one fan in the front, and I don't want you to get the PC like that. I would like for it to be full of fans, and you have an extra $100 of budget to do that. Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate the 400 biddies. You didn't need to do that. Thank you. I do this for free. But thank you very much. All right, chillin' at Mach 35. Your turn has arrived. Crash, the case looks a little plain in my opinion. It's a white case with front mesh, front intake, top rear exhaust. That sounds familiar to me, Crash. That sounds a lot like your case. Let's not insult other people's builds. That's not the vibe that we have here. It's the nicest looking white case that they have in the options for that custom builder. That seems unlike you. I'm not sure that I know where that's coming from. Yes, we know yours is a Fantex case, Crash, but that is no reason to criticize someone else's build. Okay? They like it. That's all that matters. Please try to be a little more civil about that, okay? It's fine to share your opinions, but if it's going to bring down somebody else, is it necessary to share your opinion? You know what I mean? You gotta be picky about the opinions that you share, because you might be stepping on someone else's toes. I think it's a sick looking PC, and that's the NZXT aesthetic, is to be that sort of like in your face, this, look at these perfect angles, look at this aesthetic. That's NZXT, except in this case, it also has really good airflow. It's okay. This is what I do. Like, if I make that kind of comment, it's like saying you got food on your face. I'm doing it for you, not against you. All right, Chillin' at Mach 35 says they're ready to go. They say that they do live near a Micro Center, but they don't want to get their pre-built there. That's fine with me. Okay. This is a gaming-only PC. You're looking for 1440p, and you're interested in Skytech. Maybe? Skytech, maybe. All right. Blondie but geeky, how's it going? Welcome. Happy to see you. How are things going? All right, cool. So Chilling at Mach 35 is next. And they want SkyTech. I'm not going to argue with that. That's cool. Let's do that. Now, the budget is $3,000. They're looking for 1440p gaming. This could not be easier. It's for Flight Sim. Okay. That, just so you know, that is one of the options in the forum. Racing sim / flight sim. So if you fill this out properly, it would have helped out with my charts here just to let me know who's choosing what. But that's okay. It's all right. See that right there? You could have represented. You could have represented. It's only 11% of people are doing racing sim, flight sim. You could have bumped that up 1% probably. We'll look at what's available in their pre-built gaming PCs, but I have a question for you right now, Chilling at Mach 5 real quick. What are you thinking when it comes to the max budget for the PC? The reason I ask is because in the forum, it's in increments of $500, and that's not really that granular, right? So is it $3,200? Is it $3,300? Or is it right at $3K? What are we thinking? I'm doing good. I am doing good. Gearing up for Computex, doing these builds, trying to get a bunch of content out before Computex comes around. What happens if I select these? What does it do? I don't understand what that's for. What is that for? Anyway. We're going to wait for this to refresh real quick. That's totally fine. It's just best that I know that. Blast that content. I'll do that. You said it, I'll do it. Now, I'm going to go a little above 3K on the budget here because my coupon code SWARM with SkyTech on higher end PCs can be pretty substantial. So let's see what we can do for you. I will say, you stated you don't know if you need Wi-Fi or not. At this price point, it's going to include Wi-Fi pretty much. Also, you stated here that you don't care about upgrading your CPU over time. However, for a high-end build like this, I don't feel super comfortable going with high-end Intel right now because we don't know when they're going to resolve that problem with stability. So at least the CPU, I'd like to recommend AMD for that reason. But for gaming and flight sim, 7800X3D is going to be tops, man. That's going to be really good for that. And you said you want your PC in black? All right, cool, cool. Why do I keep going to... I'm just going to close these. There we go. Now, looking at this, here's where I would hesitate. I might need to do another custom system because of the flight sim thing. I want you to have a lot of I/O. And even though these are higher end builds, that does tend to, with the high volume selling that they do at SkyTech, a lot of that goes into the CPU, GPU, things like that. And the motherboard is not the top priority. Whereas you do need a good amount of I/O. But it might be hard to beat these prices. Like 7800X3D and a 4080 Super in this Eclipse 2. It looks sick. It has great specs. Not the image. I want this. It's also under 3K before we even put a discount on it. But it's got 32 gigs DDR5, 5600, a 4080 Super, 1 terabyte Gen 4 NVMe drive, a 420 millimeter AIO, and a 7800X3D. 1000 watt gold ATX 3.0 power supply. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go and try to beat this with a custom PC with a better motherboard for better I/O. That's input outputs like your rear USB ports, things like that. Okay, we're going to give this a shot. Okay. It's fair. It's fair. Okay, so that was a 4080 Super in that. That's a little tough to beat. And I don't know if we'll be able to do it, but we'll give it a shot. Let's go to the case. That's a G500A SkyTech edition in white. We want the one in black to match the other one. There we go. It's got the same 420 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler, which is overkill, I think, for a 7800X 3D, but all right. I don't get it. I keep hearing about Intel CPU, and I just must have got lucky. I had no problems, but I run in force all limits on my Mobo. That might be what I'm doing right. Yep, pretty much. Most people are running on the default settings, and the default settings were not default, so that was causing problems. So what have we done? What have we done that's so different, Bray? Don't you worry about that. I'll tell you in a second. The 4080 Super, if you're going to do anything having to do with ray tracing, it will beat out the 7900X TX, but in purely rasterized performance, the 7900X TX can beat out the 4080 Super in some games. We can go that route. I was just trying to match this build right here and make it better with a better motherboard and better RAM and better storage. Okay, so let's take a look at this. All right, now this one has just a random X670 motherboard, which is going to be more of a baseline motherboard. Okay, the one I chose has a lot of I/O on it. It's actually the one that I had open right, hold on, right here. Look at the I/O on that and think about plugging in all of your flight sim stuff. That's going to help you out, right? We don't have that necessarily on this PC. We don't know. You have 32 gigs DDR5 5600. Well, 5600 is slated to work with Ryzen 7000 series. Their recommendation from AMD's engineers is 6,000 mega transfers per second. That's not what's in this one, but that is what's in this PC. Okay. Now, another thing that's in here is an unlabeled 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 4 NVMe drive. 1 terabyte. We don't know which one it is, but it is PCIe Gen 4. My thinking is that it's very likely, let's see, it actually, yeah, one of these. It's going to be one of these. 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4, up to read 5,000 megabytes per second, write 4,300 megabytes per second sequential. Instead, I got you one that's way faster and double the capacity. 2 terabytes PCIe Gen 4 SN850X from Western Digital, which would be a solid upgrade over the Kingston NV2, which in itself is a nice power supply, a nice M.2 drive, but not nearly as fast, and it does not have onboard DRAM. This one does, which is a nice little performance boost. Power supply, Seasonic Vertex 1000 watt GX 1080 plus gold, fully modular. You cannot go wrong with Seasonic. What do we have in here? No idea. It just says 1000 watt gold ATX 3.0. Other than that, it's all the same. This one is $2,939. This one is more at $3,075. However, with coupon code SWARM, we should be just under budget, baby. Just under budget. Now, if you want to go 7900X TX, you'll still get amazing performance, and it will lower the price. But with my coupon code, taking $92.28 off this PC, that puts it at $29.83 and 61 cents. there you go. That's under budget. It is maxed out in all regards, other than you don't need a 4090 for 1440p gaming, okay? This thing will rock. Has double the storage, that is also faster, has a brand name Seasonic power supply at the same wattage, but we know what power supply it is, has a much better motherboard, or at least we think it does, because we don't know what's in the other one, and it has RAM that is the ideal, at least according to AMD's own engineers, at DDR5, 6,000 megatransfers per second, and a 4080 Super. You want to drop the price? Go 7900 XTX. You're still going to get very good performance. Put these two things next to each other and don't run like ray tracing or whatever, and you probably would not be able to tell the difference, and it'll cost you a couple $100 less to go with the 7900 XTX. Jesper, when your turn comes up, you can tell me in chat that you want a specific case, and you should do it at the beginning. I'm sorry, but like, I know I'm good, but man,
I am good.
I'm sorry. The voice just comes out sometimes. It just comes out sometimes. I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean to melt your speakers like that. I will not buy you new speakers. Or you have to end the stream saying, "To me, my X-Men." I'll think about it. But you'll notice Jesper, that Blondie But Geeky linked the form to you right there. If you fill out that form, that gets you in line to get help. We are getting close to we're later in the stream now. I'm only going to be able to help a couple more people, okay? So that means you probably wouldn't be helped tonight, but I stream this every Tuesday and Thursday. I give free help. I help match you up with the perfect PC for your budget, your needs, all of that good stuff. You'll see the kind of questions you need to answer to fill out the form, that you are basically answering questions you should be asking yourself anyway. Now, Ro. Oh, not Ro. I already helped Ro. This isn't Ro. Chillin' at Mach 35. My bad. That's you. This was your build. You can change the case if you want. You can change the power, the GPU also to the 7900 XTX. The rest of the build, though, I would leave that exactly the same. Just going to turn up the music while I do a little housekeeping here. Okay, there we go. Perfect timing. So, was paintball still here? All right, chilling at Mach 35. Do not forget that code. That took off almost $100 off your build, and that's what allows it to be under budget. Plus, it helps support the channel, so it saves you money and you support what I'm doing. Loving the music. Glad you like it. Do you have a queue? This is the queue right here. This whole spreadsheet madness is the queue. I am surrounded by the queue here. Well, I'm more like cornered, but yeah. All right, paintball's still here, so we'll help out paintball and then probably Northern Lights, and that's probably going to do it for tonight. We'll see how long these take. If not, we can fit in one more after that, okay? Okay, parts list for paintball. Okay. And we're looking for less than $1,000. So I need to know, paintball, what is your actual maximum budget? No changing this number later. Think about it for a second if you need to. But I need to know the maximum dollar amount you can do for your PC, not including shipping or, taxes. Just the pure retail dollar amount for all the parts. And you're doing just gaming at 1080p. Should be easy peasy. Lemon a squeezy. 800. Okay. Hello. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Now, the thing is, you stated that you do want, let me zoom in a little bit. You stated here that you do want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line. That's going to be limited here, potentially. I'm going to try to go with the 7600, a Ryzen 5 7600, so you're on 7000 series Ryzen, because otherwise you're really limited in future upgradability unless you're staying with other older hardware. Like say we go with the Ryzen 5 3600 to just handle the CPU, get that out the way, and then later on you could upgrade to a 5800X3D or something. That's potentially an option. But when I ask this question, I'm talking about plan on upgrading your CPU down the line to new hardware. So that makes it pretty tough at 800. But let's see what we can do, okay? Yeah, at this budget, yes, a 7600 would really limit the GPU on that build. That's what bothers me. I'd love to get my girlfriend on the list, see if we can get her a Hello Kitty build. That's a very specific build, Crash, I gotta say. You have to get the Hello Kitty case that Gamers Nexus has in their background all the time. So what we might have to do is go with older hardware here, but still very viable hardware, like a Ryzen 5 3600, or go with like a 12100F from Intel, and then you could later upgrade to like a 13400 to give you 10-core CPU on a budget, that kind of thing. Let's see this. What if I just hit includes cooler? What does that narrow it down to? 5600X is 119. Not bad, not bad. Ryzen 5 3600 is $84. And it's only $92 for Ryzen 5 5500. That is a 6-core CPU, 6 cores, 12 threads, $92. That's really good. Comes with the Wraith Stealth cooler. You would use that for a while, okay? And then upgrade your cooler over time. I think that's what I'd like to do. As you can see, the Ryzen 5 7600 is actually literally double the price, plus you have to get DDR5 memory for that, and that might price us out of getting you a solid GPU for the build. I try 5600 minimum. Thank you for the heads up. Well, I wouldn't go 5600 because the 5600X is actually cheaper at 119 versus 139 for the 5600. Don't ask me why. I do not know. I don't know these things. 12100F is $94.98 though. That's appealing. It's just that it's a quad-core CPU, and there are some games that will use more than 4 cores. I'm starting to sound like Christopher Walken. More than 4 cores. There are some CPUs. Hey. Here's what I want to know. Do you guys think that Christopher Walken ever ordered custom boots? And if so, do you think that the boot maker, when they were done and handing them to him, did the right thing and shouted out that these boots are made for walking. Food for thought. $5,595, but as Orchaos mentioned, it is a Gen 3 processor, though. No PCIe Gen 4, so that does make a difference for future upgrades. You could always ask for more cowbell. I got a fever. Let's try it with the 5600X. We'll try it with that. At $119, it is quite a bargain. Where's it on sale? Looks like on Amazon. Nice. Original price at Best Buy, $154. That's a pretty solid deal at this price, but it is taking a good chunk out of that budget. Let's give it a shot. Comes with a cooler, so we're not going to do a separate CPU cooler. No aftermarket. B550 Gaming X V2 for $89.99. Let's take a look at it. A little short on I/O. Wow, really? Just no. You see, you teased me with a picture of it. Wow, that's pretty fine, I guess, for just a strictly gaming PC. 6 USB Type A's. No Type C here, but it does have a front panel USB Type C header, right? It seems to say Type C. Am I missing something here? 2 M.2 sockets. Okay, so it says it has it. I just didn't see it at first. Sure. PCIe 4.0 on X16 and the first M.2. 10 plus 3. For a 5600X, totally fine. I do really like that price. It looks like it has an integrated I/O shield, which is really nice at this price, like no joke. Oh, wait, hold on a second. You wanted it in black. Okay, good. Let's go with this one. 16 gigs DDR5 should be fine. What kind of games are you playing? Oh, it's going to be father-son build, his first gaming PC. That's so cool. That is really, really cool. When I'm ready, will you help me? Devon Davis. Where are you? What is your name on here? I didn't know you were here, so... I don't see anyone under the name Devon Davis, so you're not on the list. You need to fill out the form that's linked in the description, or else I cannot help you. It's the first sentence right there. If you're looking for help, please fill out this form. That's the one. Wait, what are we at so far? Okay, we're at 252.98. Not bad. I really don't want to short you on storage, though. We're going to go with the 1 terabyte NV2, $60.99. That's good. It actually dropped in price. That was like 75 bucks before, so that's good. We're going to add that. Okay. Let's go with the video card. Wait, what do we got left? 313. Let's do everything else, and then we'll grab a video card. I'm going to go with this Fantex XT Pro Ultra. Should come with 4 RGB fans at 70 bucks. Not a bad value. Oh, that's new. The View 270 is pretty new, but I don't think it comes with like... What does this come with? It comes with 1 fan. Really? Okay. Nice looking case. Pretty sharp, but yeah. That would cost you to add fans to that. Fantex is really well known. They make some really nice cases. The Air 903 Max is if you want a bigger case. It comes with big fans in it. It's really nice. But I'll go with this Fantex one right here. Power supply. RM750E is a good power supply for that price there. But let's drop this down here and we'll stick to something that is under 100 bucks. And raise this up as well to sort of filter out some of the lamer ones. Let's drop that down a little bit. Oh, Yean is on the list here. Nice job, Yean. I hope it's getting rated well. That is a semi-modular Seasonic Focus Gold. Let me see this one. Semi-modular as well. Looks like a newer version. Oh, that's 550 watts. No, that's not what I was looking for. Not what I was looking for. I should be looking at the wattage. Let me raise up the wattage. 650 and higher, please. Thank you. Focus GX for 85 bucks. 80 plus gold, 750 watts. That's a good option right there. That's tough though. It's tough on the video card choice, but let's see what we can do. $7,700 XT. We're doing 1080p gaming. We don't need anything that high end, but the RX 7600, make no mistake, is actually a pretty rad GPU. And there's a 7600 XT. Let me really quickly check. So you have 332 of budget left. $7,600 XT, 6750 XT for $339. Hold on a second. I've never actually looked at this. But this is a GPU comparison chart from Tom's Hardware. This was linked by on the Zach's Tech Turf build help page. So 7600, okay, the 7600 XT is not listed on here, but it beats out a 4060, which is nice. Doesn't apparently quite beat out the 3060 Ti. Well, 3060 Ti, yeah, that's a step up. 7700 XT is like way up there, but the 7600 looks good, so the 7600 XT will be even higher than that, and the 6750 XT is up there near the 7700 XT, above the 4060 Ti. It is a generation back, but we're not talking about needing AV1 encoding. We're not talking about big, crazy ray tracing stuff. This right here is going to give some really good 1080p performance and even 1440p if desired. And going with that puts us at 808.94. Gaming Drive, Minecraft, etc. For our new 1080p GPU, I like RX 650 XT at 220. Well, we went 2 steps over that. We skipped the 6700 XT, went to the 6750 XT at a great price of $339. 12 gigs of VRAM, because y'all know if they eventually move up to 1440p, that VRAM is going to help out a lot. It's not going to be that big of a deal at 1080p. But this is a pretty wild gaming PC for this price. Make no mistake, this is actually pretty rad. There is a mail-in rebate involved. And here's the other thing. You're going to want to install Windows on this, and you don't want to have the watermark on there. Just use my YouTube sponsor VIP CDK deals to get, say, a copy of, you can install Windows 10 Home or something like that. Get the OEM key for that from my sponsor. Use code BRAVE25. That gives you an extra discount. You get it for like 15, 20 bucks. And then you just can do the free upgrade to Windows 11 if you want that operating system. Like, say there's school programs that require an up-to-date OS. Right now, you can still upgrade that for free. And I think $8 above budget is pretty dang good. What do you think, Paintball89? I would choose Ryzen 5500 over 3600. Yeah, I think I mentioned that before, that OrChaos mentioned it being a PCIe Gen 3, which is unfortunate because the 3600 could do Gen 4. But we went 5600X. And we didn't go 3600 either. And the 5600X is at $95 instead of $5,500. This is $119, so it's $25 more. It is going to be some more performance. Not a lot more, but still. Looks great. All right. Now, if I could recommend one thing to you as a bonus, it's not going to be here. We'd have to do it through a custom thing. But what's your son's favorite color? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Yes, it is. How about art cards? For a first PC, I wouldn't do an art card. Intel art cards are awesome for enthusiasts because they're just totally fine with troubleshooting, waiting for drivers, things like that. Well, not fine with waiting for drivers. We get upset about it. But used to early adopter woes. But, you know. Damn, you helped me pick a PC over a year ago. It helped me so much. Still running great. Can't believe you're still doing this. Nausea COD. Hey, that makes me happy to hear. Yeah, this is a great GPU. 6750 XT will outperform my idea. Oh, that's true, yeah. But it's all good. I suggest a single tower air cooler too. That can be added later as a stock cooler. Will work, yeah. Sorry for being so chatty, but this kind of build I was thinking about. Nice, Anton. For a new 1080p. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's okay. Blue? Okay. PSU cable extensions are the best way to dress up a build. There are different colorways that you can go with. Like this one's black and blue. Purple is my personal favorite, but that's my personal favorite. That's why I asked what the favorite color was. And it would be a really nice surprise, I think, to add that in there. But it's also, they can be anywhere from 25 to 40 bucks, as you see here. Asia Horse, I've used those quite a few times. They are nice and pliable. Some can be really, really stiff, but these also can carry all the power you need. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. And there it is. Now, if you're going to get those or not, that's up to you. You can also look for a cheaper option as well, but these are very easy to work with. The thing is, I would look for a cheaper option than this because it's quite a big price add to the system. It's just, it adds a lot visually. It's really up to you. This is just an example of something that you can get. You can keep looking on Newegg for cheaper ones or Amazon. Either way, this is just a link to some Newegg ones. And there you go. Let me just save this build. That was fun. I'm happy with that. Whenever I can finally get over not using the most latest and up-to-date parts, I remember that you can build amazing PCs on a great on a budget. You know what I mean? Like, and $800 is no small amount of money. That's a lot of money. But this is a lot of computer. So upgrades for the future. First one I would look at, as Chaos mentioned earlier, is a tower cooler, and you could actually get some of these. Like, say we go for a CPU cooler here, right? Thermalright Peerless Assassin, 33 bucks. And this is more than you, this is overkill for that CPU. Something like this Deepcool Gamax AG400 for $29.99 would come with an RGB fan and be more than enough to cool the 5600X as well. But hey, whatever you want. There's, you know, the Vetru V5, which is like become kind of legendary at this point. The ID Cooling SE 214 XT for $17.98. It's just an idea. I would do the CPU cooler as the next upgrade. Okay, so I already linked that to you. Sweet. Let me go in here, put it there, put it there. All right. All right, we're doing one more tonight. One more tonight, people. Okay? All right, Northern Lights. Northern Lights, custom PC. You've been hanging out quite a while. You've been generous here and there. I'm happy to help you out. So what can we do for you? I mean, I have the list. I already know. You already answered it. No, it's okay. Let's get this done. So let's take a look at this. First off, as you know, the budgets are not very granular. It says, let's take a look here at your form entry. It says less than $1,000 is the budget. So what is the actual dollar amount we're looking for here? Oh, thank you, Crash. $750 max. I have the case. Sama M203 white tempered. Okay. And you have the fans already pre-installed, and it supports a 240 AIO at the top. Let's take a look at this case. Remember, guys, if you already have any parts, feel free to tell me what you got. Okay. They're not making it easy on me, are they? The M203, right? Okay. It's a nice looking case. Okay. Then this is MATX, so micro ATX or ITX compatible for the motherboard. We can't put a full ATX motherboard in this. So that's something we have to take into consideration as we move forward. Let's look at the rest of the build. Now, this one here, it's not going to be a Micro Center thing. We are doing a parts list. They want the parts within 2 weeks. When it's a parts list, that's a little out of our hands. But we're doing a white build, and they're not concerned with upgradability. Here, I need to modify this. Budget is actually $750. Already having the case is going to help that out a bit, and the fans for the case. So let's have fun with another budget build. These are great. Now, as was previously shown with the build I just did, with a build like this, it can be very helpful to go with last-gen parts. When you have the latest gen stuff coming out, you have to remember one thing. It does not render the previous gen stuff slower all of a sudden. It just means that, yeah, there's something faster out there, but it's also more costly. And the price on what was current gen and became past gen drops in price. It drops down. So it makes for amazing budget builds. And I don't think personally as a content creator that I capitalize on that enough in showing people how to get great budget builds. So let's see what we can do with this one. It's going to be very similar to the one we just did. Let's see. What if we remove the case from this one and we remove those power supply extension cables? Now let's see what we're trying to do. I'm probably going to go through the process again, but it's going to turn out very similar. The thing is, we need to look for a white GPU, motherboard that has some silver or white accents to match the case, things like that. And they're doing with this, they are doing gaming and streaming. Now that can make things a little bit more complicated. I wouldn't stream on a system that only has 4 cores. So we were probably going to look at something that has a 6-core CPU. So we're going to start a new list here. And I'm going to go ahead and enter the case as already being purchased. And unfortunately, they don't have that one. So we would have to add it as a custom part. We'll go ahead and skip that. Actually, I still have it up, don't I? I do. Okay. So we'll go here. We'll go to... Wait, can I haven't done this in a while. Let me see here. Choose a case. Okay, yeah, I have to do it just under custom part. Add a custom part. Retailer URL. Let's see if this works. Part details could not be identified. All right, we'll manually create it. Part URL is right here. And that is the Sama M203 white MATX. Already purchased. So no need to put the part price on there. So that'll just let the system know we've got a case, we're good, but we do need MATX. It's just not going to know that. We're going to have to go in there and choose that ourselves. So let's start with the CPU. We're going to take another look at 5000 series Ryzen because there's this great deal on the 5600X right now, I think, for a streaming PC. And the thing is, there's a Ryzen 5 3600 right here for $84. There's also the 5600X though. So it's like, how likely is this person to actually want to upgrade their CPU down the line? Is it worth the extra 20 bucks or so, $25 to just get a more recent CPU? In this case, we're looking at gaming and streaming. These are both 6-core, 12-thread CPUs, but you are going to get better performance out of a 5600X, and it is currently on sale. That makes me more tempted to want to choose that CPU, but it's a tough one. The other option here is to go with an Intel version of that, but the cheapest one that's a 6-core is going to be $132 for the 12400F. I'm thinking the 5600X is looking mighty fine because it's in between the 3600 and the 12400F. If we can fit an 8-core, it would be great. I have to agree, it would be great, but I'm not sure that's feasible. Just having the case did not take that much off the price, but we'll see what we can do. Let's see if we can choose a core count here and see what pops up. Let's just go 64 cores. Yeah, sure. Let's see, price-wise. So, yeah, we don't want Xeon. Yeah, that really drastically raised the price. I don't think you want the FX 8300 or a Threadripper 1900X, right? A 3700X would be $205, cheaper than the 2700X. So a 3700X would give you your 8 cores, 16 threads. There's a 5700X 3D at $229. Just keep in mind, the more we put into the CPU, the less we're going to have for the GPU. Now, this is not just a gaming system, though. The system's for gaming and streaming. So what does that mean? We also need to invest in a motherboard with decent I/O. I'm thinking that a 6-core CPU is going to be plenty for this. Young Drizzy, is this the last one? Yeah, I did say earlier this is going to be the last one tonight. See you Tuesday. What time will stream start? 8 p.m. Central. 5700X is what you're suggesting? I don't know. I think a 6-core would do just fine for streaming and gaming. I mean, it's not going to be exceptional at it, but we're looking at $750 other than the case. And just looking at the price difference between the two, $5600X, $119. Now I would say 5700, not 5700X. Did I just miss it? Oh yeah, because that's 8 cores. I put it down to 6 cores. $119 versus. They don't have. Wait, there's price in 5700 has no price. 5700X is $166. That's not a lot more than the 5600X. Let's give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a try. That's only an additional $46. That's not bad. But it's not great either. Let's see. Also, I don't think that it has a cooler included. Let's see if it says so. Includes cooler? No. So that's an additional minimum $17. Just keep that in mind. Jasmine, have a good night. We'll see. We'll come back to that. If it takes away too much from the oh, that's right. We need to go MATX. Now, personally, I wouldn't build a PC for streaming in an MATX case with an MATX motherboard. What's the reason for that? Well, first off, the price difference between the two is not insane between MATX and full ATX. And secondly, you get more expansion slots with a full ATX motherboard for putting things in like internal capture cards, which while they can be pricey, down the line as you stream more and more, it can be a better option for lower latency capture. But let's see what we got. I'm looking at least B series. We could go B450 or B550. They're both compatible with the 5000 series Ryzen CPUs. But we're not just going to just pick any old motherboard. That's not what you do when you're building a streaming PC. You got to double check that you're going to have decent I/O. Not great. 7 USB Type A's and 1 Type C. Not super great, but good price on this thing. The reason it's really important on an MATX motherboard to make sure that you get a motherboard that has decent I/O is because the aforementioned lack of expansion slots. If you're going to be more limited in how many expansion cards you could put in there. This is a low profile one. A regular sized one is going to have more I/O. You're going to be more limited in adding in add-in cards. That's okay. We're just over $100. We're going to see what that gets us in terms of I/O. Of course, expandable storage as well. Being able to add another M.2 drive is nice. Now, looking at this right here, what did they say about Wi-Fi? This does not require Wi-Fi, which is good. I do recommend that because if you're going to be streaming, I recommend streaming with a hardline Ethernet connection if possible. You get lower latency that way on your upload, which is great. We're just going to look this thing up real quick. Highlight it, right-click, and search Google for. Take a look at their actual site there, look at the gallery, and look at the rear I/O. You know, again, not good. Not good for a streaming PC whatsoever. We might need to go with Gigabyte here, but we're getting up there in price, man. We're getting up there. We are probably going to have to go with the 6-core CPU a lot because of the motherboard issue, but it's okay. These are the limitations you guys need to think about when you're speccing something out like this, because you do not want to have to worry about your motherboard. Swapping out a motherboard is basically like building a whole new PC. Okay, so the connectivity, 8 USB Type A's, 2 of them being USB 2.0s, which is usually fine, your mouse, keyboard, headset, things like that. And then 4 USB 3.0s plus, looks like gigabit Ethernet. That should be okay. It's an upgrade for sure, but not really worth a whole $50, is it? Again, the limitation here, the main one, is that's the thing about why I like planning these things. Like for every part, especially the case, because the case will determine what kind of hardware you can put in there. And in this case, pun intended, we're limited in the length of the motherboard. What's up, Empower? How's it going? Gigabyte B550M Aorus Elite AX. I think I just looked at that. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, B550M Aorus Elite AX right here. It's the same, but without AX Wi-Fi. That's the only difference. It should have 8 USB Type A's. Am I right about that? Found it for $99 on Amazon? Sure, go for it. It's just not showing up on PC Part Picker, but we'll change the price. Oh, it's showing $99 here now. What the heck? What did I miss? Why was it showing like $50 more? Well, all right, that's going to have to do. So what you're going to have to do is make sure that you're very picky about, like, okay, don't get that third Stream Deck or like 2 Stream Decks and the pedals, whatever. Just make sure you have enough USB ports. And if anything, we can choose to go with a slim GPU. You can use external capture card and get yourself something like a USB PCIe add-in card to add up to like 8 USB type 3.0s. And that's usually a great way to go. Let's just do that one. Memory. Now here's the thing. I don't like 16 gigs for a streaming PC. It does not work. It's not quite enough depending on what games you're playing. 2x16. We're doing 5000 series Ryzen, so we want, let's see, we want 3600. 3600 is a great way to get 1-to-1 memory synchronization. That's a sweet spot for Ryzen 5000 series. And we'll hit price to sort by price, and there we go. The cheapest part here is going to be the Team Group T-Force Vulcan Z32 gigabytes, DDR4 3600 CL18. Remember, with Ryzen, frequency is more important than latency when it comes to getting memory synchronization. So, $57.99 for that kit. I generally like to go with the G-Skill Ripjaws 5 here. I've recommended it a bunch of times, and it's very reliable. So I'm going to do that, but if we need that $20 elsewhere, we will come back and switch it. $10. It's a $10 difference. We can always switch it to the Team Group kit. Yep, limited, but limited by the budget and form factor. 32 minimum for streaming. Yep, that's what I've been saying for the longest time. Now, we don't need to include the case. They do already have a case. I have it down here. Sama M203 White M-ATX. Now, storage for this is kind of a sticking point. For right now, go with the Kingston NV2 1 terabyte. It is a DRAM-less drive that has HMB, which HMB has actually surprised me in its consistency and performance, at least with this SN580. And the NV2 is a very popular drive for a similar reason. We'll go with that for $61 for a full terabyte. We're trying to get this under $750. That is a tough one, but we have the case already. Now we got to figure out the video card. Also, we do have to get a CPU cooler because the 5700X does not have a CPU cooler. We will go to the 5600X if we have to. That will save us $46 on the CPU, plus we don't have to get a CPU cooler, and all you lose is 2 cores. And yeah, there are options like the 3600, 5600, 5500, but the 5500 is PCIe Gen 3, not Gen 4, so future upgradability is a little bit lacking. There's other little things like that. Like with the PCIe Gen 3, you're not actually going to get the best speeds out of the NV2, which is PCIe Gen 4. Things like that must be taken into consideration. Let's look for a video card here. Now, this is for streaming. Vexner, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. They said, just bought main gear 7800X3D 4090 custom MSI Zero PC for PC VR. Waiting on it to be built and shipped now. How screwed am I with the 5090 and AMD 3D CPU supposedly paper launching this year? Nobody said anything about 3D V-Cache CPUs launching. They're talking about the standard product stack. The way it generally launches with AMD CPUs is they launch the mainline products, Ryzen 5, 7, and 9, like they did last time and the time before that, something like that. And the 3D V-Cache chips don't come out till like 6 months later at the least. So that would be waiting until Q1 of 2025 if you want that. The 7800X3D is still going to be a top contender. I'm just guessing on that. I don't know. I don't have inside sources. And if I did, I'd be under an NDA and I couldn't tell you. As for the 5090, who knows what the hell Jensen's going to feel like saying on the 2nd of June. We'll find out. Just understand, when you're buying the top end of hardware, you're going to lose value if you want to keep sticking to the top end of hardware. But the 4090 is still more than most people will ever need. Okay, so looking at GPUs, we could go with the 30 series GPU here to get NVENC, which is just the cleanest and easiest way to get your stream going. There's no denying that. You look at a 7600, like a Radeon RX 7600, and it has AV1 encoding, but Twitch made a big old mess of that because they agreed to make it like an exclusive NVIDIA thing for a while, and that is just the worst news. I was so excited for Twitch to finally get AV1 because I could then recommend more Radeon GPUs for content creators and streamers, and then they pull that on me. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, NVIDIA. Smart move on NVIDIA's part. Stupid move on Twitch's part. Let's just put a price on this, and we're going to try to keep this at around $320. Uh, 7600 XT. This is also a white build, by the way. So I will try to do a white GPU. Like, you could do a 4060 in this thing if you wanted to. Oh, that's a really nice looking A770, not gonna lie. It does come down to who the end user is. Who's gonna have this PC? Because if you're experienced with troubleshooting stuff, you don't mind messing with drivers, things like that, you could get a lot out of an A770 or an A750. Here's a 6. Let's see if we can choose a color for the card. We'll try choosing white, see what pops up. All right, this narrowed it down quite a bit. RX 6600 is a banger for gaming only. 7600 a banger for gaming only, but that's not what we're talking about. So let's say this Asus Dual OC 4060 in white and kind of a white and gray look is a good option. At 309, I guess? Sure. And again, it's the streaming side of things that's pushing me towards NVIDIA here. There's also the, I think, nicer looking Zotac Gaming Twin Edge OC for $10 more. But at this point, we are really bumping up against the budget here. I would love to do this RX 7600. And I've heard that the encoding has gotten better with Ryzen 7000 series, Radeon 7000 series GPUs. I've yet to test that for myself. I always try to pair the motherboard and video card manufacturer. Sometimes the limitations get in the way of that. And Zotac doesn't make motherboards. So, and Asus motherboards are overpriced. So, we went with Gigabyte. The only Gigabyte card here is a 4060 that is $319. Actually, that's not bad for the aesthetic. $10 more than this one? Okay, all right. You convinced me. Website, let's go. But we've got a problem. We need a CPU cooler and a power supply. So it is time to make the change we need to do to the CPU. Let's do it. Let's go. 5600X comes with a CPU cooler. You do not need a custom one. Costs about $46 less. And we're saving the money off the CPU cooler. Now we can do a power supply. And that is going to be the whole build. Wait, what's our budget left now? 667.96. Nice? Yes. Didn't you receive that system to test the other week? Yeah, but I got so much going on that I haven't been able to. I'd like to just stream off of it sometime. Maybe I'll do the Sunday gaming stream off of that PC. I think that'd be fun. So 750 minus 667.96. $82.04 for a power supply. Go here, drop down the price. No, not that. That's not what I meant to do. It's not what I meant to do. No, not the AZA one. Are you kidding me? Those have terror. Those are like blacklisted on the PC. Well, not blacklisted, but you know what I mean. They did not do well in the PSU cultist tier list. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, let's bring this up. We're really trying to narrow this down. And we'll go to $85 for the power supply. It's okay for a couple bucks over budget, right? Okay, good. Totally waited for an answer on that. Seasonic Focus GX 750 watt, $84.99. Semi-modular power supply. Not the best option when it comes to keeping cables as clean as possible. However, the cables that are permanently attached, you're going to use those regardless. So probably actually a good option. There's a Focus Plus and Focus GX. Let's see how these things shake out in the PSU Cultist tier list. I opened the wrong page. No, that's not the right... I meant, incognito window. No, this. Here we go. Seasonic. Focus GX is showing up under tier A high end without any kind of, well, it says GX and then in gold is the white, but the GX being in blue means that the Focus GX operates at a low decibel level under load, which is very good. And around 750 watt, there's a GX as well listed again. So that's good. All right, let's go with the GX. Sonic Focus GX, bam. 752.95. There's your build. Now, optional thing for dressing up this build is going to be cable extensions. Now, the 4060 is going to use a 12VH PWR cable. I suppose we could try looking for a power supply that has native 12VH PWR, but that will raise the price of that. But this is meant for 1080p gaming and streaming, and the 4060, while not being a powerhouse for 1440p gaming or anything like that, here's the reason the 4060 is the right choice here, is because of all the options for content creators and streamers. Streamers, you get NVIDIA Broadcast, a very powerful suite of options that you have to dress up your stream, improve the quality of it, including things like cleaning up your audio, removing your background, things like that. When it comes to encoding, you have the single AV1 encoder, but also you have NVENC as well. The NV encoder on there is just a really clean, easy option to single click in OBS to just get really clean, nice, crisp stream encoding right there. Plus, if you're part of the beta for AV1 encoding for Twitch, you can use that. Or if you're streaming on YouTube, just switch to AV1 encoding in OBS right off the bat. And it means using less bandwidth, you get a higher quality stream than the typical options we were using before. So very nice to have. We're not choosing a case. It's already down here. Operating system, VIP CDK deals. They're linked in every SI Weekly episode. 15, 20 bucks or so. You can get a key, an OEM key from them for Windows 10. Upgrade it to Windows 11 if you like. And yeah. Another option, of course, is those cable extensions. Get yourself some like $20 cable extensions, or from a reputable brand, could be a little bit more. Get them in white to really go for the white aesthetic, or pick a striking color to really contrast with this white build. It's going to look sick. No, it's 8-pin? No, is it? That'd be cool. Just Surprised they don't go 12 PWR on everything. I guess I haven't received anything with a 4060, believe it or not. I'm happy to hear that if that's the case. Good on them. One PCIe 8-pin. Heck yeah, there you go. Get yourself some cable extensions. Good to go. Yes, you don't need a special PCIe 5.0 power supply or ATX 3.0 power supply for that. There are other benefits to those, but in this case, is a very highly rated power supply. I think this list will do you well. Thank you for correcting me on that, because I haven't gotten a 4060 in any system for review. So I should have known that, but I haven't built it with it, and I haven't received one. Well, let me save this first. So if you need the link to this again, just please come and ask me. I will have it saved, but here is your link regardless. And to top it off, Northern Lights Custom PC just gifted 5 Tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you. Let's go, nerds. That's a Tier 1 sub for SSA, Smoke WCS, Archangel, Tool 1979, and Chamorro Blazer. Let's go, nerds. Welcome to the Swarm. There we have it, everybody. I think they're forcing 5,000 series to 12 BH PWR. Nah, makes sense. See, I thought they'd already done it. Don't I also need a CPU cooler? Now, the 5600X comes with one. That's part of making it an ultra-budget system. That can be upgraded down the line. It does come with a rate stealth. That will do the job for a while. Just don't try overclocking it or anything. Get yourself something like a Veteran V5, a Thermalright cooler, something like that. It's going to be around $17-20, something like that down the road. And that will be a nice little upgrade. But we do try to stay under budget. And we got a heck of a GPU in there, and aesthetically for sure. Now, there are other options. If this were just a gaming PC, that would give you more frames per second. True. But this GPU is meant to be a budget, all-around strong GPU for not only gaming, but also streaming. That's why I did the thing I did. There you go. Crash, you don't mean that. I'm very smelly. You can't tell through the stream, though. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing. Very smelly individual. Cooped up in this room all the time. What do you think? Okay. I apologize to those we didn't get to tonight. I know that's frustrating for you, but remember, if you were paying attention, you should have actually picked up quite a few of my thought processes, some of the things that I think of when I encounter a challenge. So really, the point of this stream is to really just familiarize you with all this stuff. It's not just for me to tell you, go buy that. If you come back and you tell me, hey, I know that I'm on the list, but I looked at some of the things you were doing and I found the right PC for me. Being able to make that determination for yourself should be your ultimate goal. You don't have to, though. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help you make a decision you're comfortable with. But you do need to be patient because I'm just one dude. And I mean, I helped out 7 people in this one stream and I didn't cut anybody's time out. I didn't cut down on time for anybody, and I'm sure when your turn comes up, you wouldn't want me doing that to you either. These do take time, and I do get exhausted after a while. It is 5 minutes after my hard cutoff time of midnight Central Time, so that means that we're going to be calling it. Any updates on pre-built, rebuilt? I'm working on it. I am working on it. I'm actually waiting on a lens that I'm borrowing from a friend to get some extra cool B-roll shots for the intro. That's going to be really cool. But that's going to be it for tonight. I'm probably a little too tired right now. Honestly, very, very exhausted. A little too tired to go out and find somebody to raid right now. So I'm probably going to call it a night here. Thank you. I learned a lot this stream. Always happy to do that, Anton. Always happy for that. But yeah, guys, remember, if you're on the list, you're on the list. It just means you got to come hang out Tuesdays and Thursdays, 8:30, 8 p.m. Central. Okay. And if you do that, then you're going to pick up stuff no matter what. You're going to learn stuff whether you like it or not. Learning. That's usually when it's time for me to call it quits. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Come back on Sunday for a gaming stream. I might be streaming on a test build, which would be pretty cool, and doing some gaming on that. I think that would be a great stream for Sunday. Remember that there's not going to be episodes of System Integrators Weekly leading up to Computex. There's going to be other content, stuff you have been waiting for. I have a lot of work ahead, but the schedule's going to get all mixed up and mangled. Sorry about that. Don't expect it necessarily on Monday, but I got a lot of work to do, and it is going to be so worth it. And I hope you guys all enjoy that stuff. Share it around. Annoy your friends. Annoy your friends with the bald internet man who talks about computers. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll see you on the next one. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!